Like I'm honestly, I am stunned. I'm at a loss of words as to how fucking stupid all of this is. I've dealt with a fair share of fucking stupid vehicles in my life. This is by far the fucking dumbest. So the first stupid thing, there's sensors on the door handles. Yeah. Okay. Second stupid thing. Depending on what year, it doesn't matter if it's a Mercedes or if it's the same model, if it's a different year, you might need different bottles of fluid. And now they're throwing out this little fun only for Canada. They have things that are applied to the car's manual that are only in Canada. This is a great phrase. This is a phrase that we should be hearing so much more now. Only in Canada. Because it's like a foreign land where the citizens that fucking come here for a better life are moving back to their third world country because of how fucking stupid everything is. Why are you licking me, you creep? Only for Canada, the daytime running lamps improve visibility for your vehicle during the day. The daytime running lamps function is required by law in Canada. As we now very well much know, that in Canada, it doesn't matter if it's daytime and the sun is out, you need to have your daytime lights on. Thank you for the information. It cannot therefore be deactivated. You gotta be kidding. $3 minutes. Hi, baby. What's the matter?
Brother smoke with you?
No.
Oh no. What are we gonna do?
Open another pack? This
was hot.
I think
it's a ghost.
Good job, Jan. Is it too sweet? I put barely any sugar.
I've heard it. Oh. So hot in jail today. I kept walking without my shirt.
Oh, look at you.
Yep.
You almost never do that.
Yeah. It's too hot. Dying. So hot. Good thing I don't sleep there. Can't imagine. Can't fucking imagine. What's that dead in the is that bird poop
What?
in the window?
Probably. It's just one more way for them to be like, we don't want poor people to have vehicles. We're gonna make the new cars that always have the fucking lights on, so that if you don't fucking have a car that automatically turns your lights on, we know that you're a fucking poor person that can't afford a new car. Like, because why would you put your fucking lights on during the daytime? You will kill your battery. It takes 3 minutes for it to turn off. Right? 3 minutes is way fucking too long. Why would I buy something where when I want the lights on, they won't turn on, and when I want the lights off, they don't turn off? Just do the thing I want you to do. You're the machine. I'm the human. Like, just do the thing I'm telling you to do. I'm not asking you to do rocket science. Like, basic functioning.
You do what you're supposed to do as a car. Turn on, you're on. Turn off, you're off.
Because why would you need lights during the fucking daytime? You don't. Like, only in Canada. Only in fucking Canada. Because all the people who have fucking the old fucking vehicles, you're used to just turning your lights on when you need them and turning them off when you're done. If you're gonna come into your vehicle every time you get into the vehicle and turn your lights on,
I always learned that you only turn on your light when it's raining.
or when it's nighttime, or if it's foggy out, and even then, like, you turn on your regular lights, not your fucking high beams, because people already are reduced vision. Like, the backup camera is just like, how do you gauge? Like, I get you can see behind you, and that's great and everything, but you could also turn around and see behind you if your fucking rearview mirror is not tinted so fucking dark that you can no longer see, so you have to trust this backup camera. How do you gauge the space? It's impossible.
I don't know.
If you can't fucking back up, like, fucking just looking behind you and backing up, then maybe you should be driving. Like, you should not be.
You should back up with the mirror.
Yeah, but if I'm trying to gauge the fence and the curb, where the curb starts, I have to have both mirrors down and then put my head out to see. And I can only really use one side and then double check that I'm not going to go over the curb on the mirror. Because I have no visibility in the back. But you have the backup camera. Like, the smarter technology is getting, the stupider fucking people get. And they're relying on these smart devices. Like, this is the whole AI thing where everything is used by AI, but it's wrong.
Smartphones for stupid people. Stupid phone for smart people.
But it's incorrect information that you're giving out to people. And you're saying, but it's smart. It's AI. It's all collaborated from all the information all over the world.
But if the information is wrong,
If the information that you're getting is
all around the world,
and now everyone's fucking retarded. It is funny. Funny, not funny. Funny, not funny.
Yeah.
Like, because it's just how fucking unbelievably
Funny,
stupid.
Like, funny bot. Awkward. Awkward. Kill
Yeah,
aliens.
very much. It's funny bot. It's very much funny bot. That is very accurate. Okay. Lights. That don't work. Fantastic. What? Why even explain it if none of the fucking? Why even have the function on there then? Why have the fucking lights where you can turn it and change the function if it doesn't actually work? Just have the one button on auto, and it doesn't do anything.
That's it.
Like, don't move it.
Stupid. You can't have the control of your car. You can't even have the control of your lights or your wipers. Fucking automatic wipers.
But if the sensor fucks up because of rain, it's a bit of an oxymoron here. I need my wipers for the rain, but the fucking sensors are fucking up because of the rain? What? Because it's puddling. I'm looking where
it's not raining anymore.
I'm looking where the arm
You
connects.
don't need to go anywhere.
No, I have to go to the get milk. That's it. But like fucking, I can just take Carson all the way down. Because if I get on the highway and fucking water starts splashing up, it's Sunday.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not paying like $7 at Couche-Tard for literally no reason.
No. Yeah, it's like,
Oh, no. I'll just go to the grocery store. I'll take Carson all the way down. Turn signals.
Are you gonna turn it off?
What do you mean? What?
Over there. Are you gonna turn it off?
Yeah, because now I'm not seeming to have a problem with the battery. What I'm thinking is either I left the plug in or something, or it's when I put the top down and I put it back up, maybe I didn't let it finish closing properly. So the light stayed on in the car while I was in the store. But I wasn't there for significantly long enough for it to kill the battery, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it drains.
I also took the battery out of the fob. Just popped the thing out because to indicate briefly.
Do cache take space?
Huh? Cache?
Cookies?
What?
Cookies?
What?
Because I know that when you have a phone and then you got, it doesn't do it anymore, but it used to do, it keeps cookies in the background or whatever, and you have to empty that up because it was taking so much space in your phone. And people didn't know. It was taking like gigs of data in your phone because they were remembering the cookies.
I honestly don't know. Usually they have like a system that's part of the phone, like TD Smart or not TD, TELUS Smart, whatever, Smart Cleanup, and it usually does it like once a month automatically, or it does it during your updates when your phone updates. I think it sometimes clears the cache.
Right now I'm moving 60 gig from my SDD to the HDD. From the good one to the bad one because it's Cyberpunk. But I don't want to delete my game, so I'm moving the folder there. And after that, I'll check how much space I have. Because I also said I only have 5.5 gig left on the SDD, and maybe that's why my computer is super fucking slow. So I'm gonna start with that. Moving this shit to clear up some space. The main hard drive. Main hard drive. Oh no. Oh no, smoke it out.
Huh? Lighter? Oh. Oh my god. Switching the windshield wipers on and off. Do not operate the windshield wipers when windshield is dry, as this could damage the wiper blades. Moreover, dust that collected on the windshield can scratch glass. If it's necessary to switch on the windshield wipers in dry weather conditions, always use windshield washer fluid when operating the windshield wipers. The windshield wipers leave smears, blah, 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 blah. Intermittent wiping with rain sensor. Due to optical influences and the windshield becoming dirty in dry weather conditions, the windshield wipers may be activated inadvertently. This could damage the windshield wiper blades or scratch your windshield.
So the car does it, but it could scratch your.
It could your windshield wipers could the sense could fuck up, and it thinks that it's raining, and it'll activate them even though it's not raining. So what is to stop it from doing the opposite of that, where when it's raining, the sensors also fuck up, and now your windshield wipers are not functioning? Like, is this not a possibility? Having one and the other is more likely. That's just so fucking retarded. Turn the combination switch to the corresponding position. If the wiper blades are worn, the windshield will no longer be wiped properly. This could prevent you from observing the traffic conditions. You're fucking. Sometimes it just seems so stupid that it's now like deciphering someone speaking in code. Because I'm like, is that actually something that people need to be told? That if your windshield wipers are not working and you have bad driving conditions, you may not be able to see. Like, thank you. Oh my god, really?
Thanks, Mr. Obvious. Like, Dr. Obvious right there.
And now I'm like reading things that I'm like, am I not understanding? I used to do this in math. This is why I thought I was super bad in math in school, because I would be one of the first people to finish my exam. And I'd be like, there's no way. I'm like the dumbest person in math class. Like, how am I the first one finishing my exam? I must have fucked it up. And I had it right the first time. And it's that I go back and I'm like, maybe I'm understanding this wrong because it's too fucking simple and easy. I most definitely like have this wrong.
Because for me, I asked most of the kids that was taking their time, and they told me that their parents taught them to take, even though you were done in an hour, take the 3 hours if you have 3 hours to do your test.
No.
If I can do it in half an hour and sleep the rest.
Yeah, and then I sleep the other half hour, and I'm the first one out. Yeah. And then my teachers are like, "Oh, really? Really? You're done already, Madison?" I'm like, "Yeah, actually, I am." And then they would be really pissed off when I passed my exam. And then I had them for a teacher the next year. They made it not pleasant because they are really butthurt. The fact that you didn't show up to any of their classes, you came to the exam, passed the exam, and then the next year they fucking treat you like fucking garbage. Make my life fucking possible.
That wasn't so bad. I just moved 60 gig. Cut and paste.
Wow.
Yeah. Really left. here. 66 on 222. Fuck, man, what's in there? Another 86.
No, it's got to be the wiper motor. Because it's not making a humming sound. What? Wow, that's super fucking unhelpful. Okay. So, Mercedes. Benz E350. Fuse. Box diagram. Oh, wait. I have to do the year. 2013. All. There we go.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh.
Start my car. That's a great website.
Huh?
2 different fuse boxes. Trunk fuse, engine compartment fuse. Okay. Touch a fuse. Okay. Oh, cool! That's so fancy. You can touch whatever fucking thing on the list, and it'll show you on the diagram where it is. That's very cool. It's not even anything. See, this is impressive at this point. When something this simple on a website, and it's like a startmycar.com. Like these are like, wow. Does it actually? Let's see if it works. Driver's seat. Oh, look at that! You fucking click the thing and it fucking goes right back up and it shows you exactly where it is. Touch a fuse to see what it does. Fucking awesome. So even if like you just poke the fuse on the picture, it'll bring you down to which fuse it is. That's fucking awesome. Love when things fucking work. And aren't stupid for no reason. They're like, oh, this is a fucking perk of this car. I'm like, not really anymore. It does if it works and doesn't fail. Because it's kind of like an essential part of the vehicle. Huh?
Why did I roll a tiny little joint?
Je ne sais pas.
I don't know, baby. I don't know. Okay, modify install. Remove high resolution assets. Confirm. Calculating size. 69 gig remove. Hey, let's do that.
Wow.
Just for the high resolution asset. Fuck the fucking high resolution asset.
Well, if this is all you're gonna be doing, like fucking, might as well just fucking get rid of everything else, right?
Well, I mean,
if you need it later on, you just re-download fucking whatever you deleted.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing that, but I can't delete the other Immortal. I'm gonna have to be being there on. I guess I got it on my phone.
Rear cup holder. There's a fuse for the rear cup holder. Oh, USB. Okay.
Let's try this. I do play. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. That's too long. Mississippi. 9 Mississippi. Oh, 10 Mississippi.
Not bad.
No.
Oh.
Big ball, man. It's
Told
about
dial,
that.
fucking dial up.
But
Fucking.
check this out. Now that from it's still 80 something gig. I still don't have enough space on the other one. For fuck's sake. No. I'm gonna have to buy a. Okay, SSD is solid state drive.
Nope. There we go. Okay. Well, now I know what fuse.
Well, alright, a bug there.
Well, at least it's not a still frame.
Yeah. How much is that Best Buy?
Mm. Really? Wait a second. Wait. If that's actually what the fucking problem is, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
Is it super easy?
That is fucking in park. Why would the windshield wipers not work just because it's in park? Huh.
Oh my god, are you serious, baby?
What? Yeah, no, they just said fucking. It's possible that the wipe. It could be like, because I'm like, said that it's possibly. I don't know what it does.
I have another one.
Yeah. I don't lose it until you. I already know. Fucking, it said that because of the fan going on, the radiator coolant, it might be overheating the cars, which is why the fuses could be burning. Because I let it run for half an hour, and it's fucking. At first, it was just like kind of notching up a little bit on the temperature gauge, but then after letting it idle for half an hour to charge the battery, it shot up to fucking red. So I turned it off right away, and I haven't really been able to touch it because you have to wait till it cools down completely so you can blow its face off. But apparently that could affect fan being on and the car overheating. I was like, okay, I kind of guessed that. But it could also be apparently because the car was in park and the sensors are not actually going. Why are you just like a nose, a mouth, and a beard? You know what? That's fucking. I told Cody the story. When I first met Cameron, he had signed up. Him and his sister went to Chevy, I think, or Kia. They went to a Kia dealership because they had a deal. If you buy two cars at the same time, you both get like a year off of your payment or some kind of thing. So they got a Cruze, the Chevy Cruze, and it was $100 a month or $500 a month for 6 and about 2 months after finishing paying it off, we got to a fender bender on the Mercier Bridge. Which I'm like, how fast could you be going on the Mercier Bridge? Like, fucking, it's stop and go traffic, and the guy rear-ended him, just like bumped his tail, and when we had two-way insurance on top of that we paid for. And we brought to the garage, and the garage said that there was a sensor underneath the back bumper that was damaged that cost more to repair is worth. So you have to scrap the car, and we had to get a new car. We ended up paying $75 out of pocket, and then you spend the next 2 weeks getting someone to drive you around trying to find you a new fucking car. It's not like you have two-way insurance and then a new car shows up in your fucking driveway the next day. Like, that's not what insurance does. Even though we had two-way insurance, we paid off the car. 2 months later, got a fender bender, and it was a sensor that was worth more than the car. I'm like, but why would you put something that's worth more than the car underneath the bumper, which is what gets the most damage? The whole thing was one big fucking scam. Like, because every car I've ever had is over 10 years old, so we only ever got one-way insurance, which is reasonable, like $20 a month or something, usually $30 a month, but it's only one-way insurance. So when your car fucking gets in an accident, they don't give you any money for it. Like, they pay the other person's vehicle to get fixed so that you don't have to pay for them to go to a garage. That's basically why you get insurance. Not for yourself to be covered in an accident, so the other person's car, you don't have to pay for it. I'm like, that is fucking stupid.
Your space on the main hard drive.
Yeah.
So it was easier to have that.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
So I moved Cyberpunk to my hard drive.
Yeah. I didn't even know Diablo had story on it.
It started with a book.
What?
Yeah,
All the games have story on it?
all the games have a storyline. And it's sort of like that fits the world of Diablo and gives you a little bit of more what's going on. And it's on
Yeah.
connected.
No way!
Always on. It's the God of the story, which is sort of on a few China evil with Diablo and Baal. That's the expansion pack. That's a little hatred. I got the game for $53. The whole thing, the game and the fucking expansion pack. It does it every end of June, July.
Yeah, well, that's what World of Warcraft does now. It looks very similar to character art though.
This is without the items.
Yeah, but I mean, the characters look very similar to the World of Warcraft characters.
She looks a lot like Sarah Kerrigan in StarCraft.
That's what I mean, though. It's very similar
maybe if it's like that.
Does it have these cutscenes through the whole game?
That's just because the beginning.
That's why I've never seen the actual cutscenes like this.
You do have cutscenes through the whole game. After all acts and all buses. When you go to the other. Oh! Like you told yourself that it'll finish. Maybe put your cold hand on my shoulder. Okay, let's go try to do this. Do what? For the car.
Oh my god. Yeah. What? What did I do? Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Move, please. Move, please. Move, please. Move, please. Stop. Whiskey, stop it. Go, go, go.
What happened?
Move, please. Okay. So. What did we do different? I don't even know. Okay. Not even a clue. Okay, you know what? I feel like it's like old electronics, old TVs. You just like smack the shit out of them a little bit. They fucking work. I don't even know what I did different. Whatever, they work. I don't even fucking care anymore. Just so fucking stupid. Come see, come stop. I should have been a fucking mechanic. Nope. And they're fixed. Yup. Ask me what I did? Don't fucking know. I figured, like, because I checked the radiator fluid and the things. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you licking the stairs? I checked the radiator fluid and it's full. So I'm not sure why it would be overheating. Probably the fucking, what do you call it? The hose has a clog somewhere probably. But it says you're supposed to get it emptied and refilled every, like, 3 years, I think it said. I didn't even go anywhere. You're acting like I ran away and came back. I didn't even fucking leave again. Okay. I guess I'll go get milk. This fucking so fucking stupid.
Doesn't fucking start well. I travel in one place. Fast travel and the fucking thing crashed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes when they update games, they do that. Fucking sometimes World of Warcraft, they would do an update and no one could play.
Oh, it is the start of a new season.
What?
It is the start of a new season.
Well, sometimes it takes like a week for them to
New
even
content
fix it.
and everything.
for telling the windshield wipers that the windshield was dry. Because there was no windshield washer fluid in it. I put windshield washer fluid in it, so that's why it started working again. Because even if the sensors are thinking it's dry, as long as it has windshield washer fluid in it, it should work. Because the windshield washer fluid was empty and the thing was dry, it wouldn't fucking go. Oh, really? I'm literally never getting any far. These are just like the dumbest fucking problems for something that is supposed to be brand spanking new. Okay. Oh. Do we need anything other than milk?
Do we have bread?
Hold on. Your eggs. No?
Do we still have Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, I didn't even open the box yet. Want one?
I want one.
Okay, hang on. Let me wash my hands.
You need me to bring Pop-Tart?
Yeah, hang on. Because, I have to fix my finger.
Ah!
What's this? Oh, is this for you? Is this for you? Because mommy loves you so much. Where's your daddy? What's on your couch? Where's your daddy? Oh, I'll look. Oh, look at that. I guess I do this now. Priority numero uno. Oh, very nice bone. Can I see? What you got?
Chickens and reminiscence like D4? Yes!
Yeah, yay. Isn't it great when people are just like you and they're excited for you to be around and you're like,
an officer in my clan.
What?
I'm still an officer in my clan.
Oh,
We're chicken.
weird. Yeah, but how big is your clan?
I told him I was gonna come back at some point.
Yeah, but isn't it great when your friends are actually excited for you to fucking come back somewhere and you're like, yay, people like me. And they're not fucked up people. They're people I'm happy to see. Okay, this is finally coming off. It's fucking stupid. I don't want to do this. I hate priority. I just want to do what I want when I want. I'm the boo child. I have a pig heart. Oh, I never got you that fucking.
I did it.
Oh, you got one yourself. Fantastic. Sorry.
Okay.
Just like fucking. When I think I finally know everything there is to know about fucking fixing your own car, there's a whole new fucking problem that starts. It's fucking really annoying. Oh! Oh! Down the street. Look. She's down the street. What? There's a dog. For the what do you call it? I do myself for love right there. I have a good dolly, not the one that's in the backyard with all the wood in it, not that.
Oh, okay.
I have a regular dolly. Yeah, probably. I get this weird rush as if I'm stealing something when I pick out people's garbage. Like I try to be as quiet as possible just to like not disturb people. But I feel like I'm doing something I'm not supposed to. What's the matter, baby? Ugh. Hmm.
Baby.
Yeah.
Are we
Spaghetti.
cool?
Rue, and why isn't it like that here? And second,
including shares in the travel and hotel industry.
now, you might be wondering, what the fuck did I just see? Well, apparently that came from a Russian show called Stone Faces, where contestants slap each other as hard as they can. And this particular guy is a renowned competitive slapper whose real name doesn't matter because his nickname is Dumpling, which is just an outstanding name for that man. And at this point, I don't need to know anything else. I'm all in on competitive slapping. Just tell me what.
I'm not. I don't like
to
seeing
watch
people
it
that are
and
hurting
rent
other
or
people.
order
It
my
makes me
Dumpling
nauseous.
jersey. So if we are
Like a
all
Jewish
reaching a point
person.
of desperation, where we're honestly willing to watch large men slap each other in a windowless room, there is clearly a desire to restart sporting events. The question, though, isn't why sports should come back, it's how that can safely happen. Because to do it responsibly would be a mammoth undertaking. To do it irresponsibly, however,
What happened to your
pretty
bone?
easy. The state of Florida early on designated professional sports and media production with a national audience as an essential service.
You ate
so long
everything
as
off the.
it's closed to the general
He ate
public.
all
So
the stuff around it
WWE
and then just left the bone.
continued staging shows in Florida, holding matches
Eat
in
the
front
bone,
of empty chairs. But that requires a lot more people than just those two wrestlers. You need production crews working together in close proximity. And while the WWE maintains its safety measures are as comprehensive as they can possibly be, one employee wrote an anonymous letter to a Florida county commissioner asking them to shut the tapings down because, despite sanitary precautions, we cannot maintain social distancing and have to touch other people. But it's easy to see why CEO Vince McMahon doesn't mind them taking that risk. As he told investors on a recent earnings call, viewers want to see new matches.
I think new content is always a driver in terms of stimulating interest and what have you. And obviously, everyone's pretty much starved for new content. It could very well be that you're tired of watching Netflix and what is storm measure on your home underwear.
Okay. Well, first, I would argue that the risks of creating content the way that you are seem to outweigh the benefits right now. And second, no one on that call registered your point there because you just said stimulated, strongman, underwear, and crucially, driver all in the same sentence. At which point, everyone's mind turned immediately to getting absolutely vulgarized by Adam Driver. Choke slam me to hell, you nasty shed. Jam your mandible claw down my throat, you irredeemable steer. Quick side note here. A lot of you might well be wondering where I'm going with this. If you're anything like my staff, you're asking questions like, is this sexual or is it violent? And you're then unsatisfied when the answer comes back, yes. If you're like my wife, you might be asking, should I be worried about this? With your concern only growing when the answer is, only if you want to be. And what of Adam Driver himself? Is he bothered by his continued sexualization?
Didn't he sue John Oliver? I think he sued John Oliver for sexual harassment.
Possibly some form of harassment. He might actually have pretty good grounds to have me reprimanded legally, to which I say, do it.
Oh, wow.
Slap a restraining order
I
on
think
me
he actually
before
did, too.
block. Beg me to stop. American obstacle.
Oliver got sued?
And it's not
You
just
buy
WWE.
the kid that does Star Wars. He got sued a lot of time, but it's the kid that does Star Wars. He's the young Darth Vader.
Their president,
Adam Dreyfuss.
an insane work.
In the what do you call it? The sixth one.
Fight Island is a real place.
Rogue One.
It's really happening.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy with the hair.
Right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy. He actually did things with the you need to stop because I'm actually like scared for my life because other people are fucking talking to me that way too, and it's gonna end up being someone for me eventually. And he's very much right. What?
Because it's the first
I think he actually sued him for sexual
They
harassment.
wanted to name a private island where fights happen. Now, he could have called it Brawl Palms, or
Yeah.
Puerto Ruckus, or Aui Maui, or Slam Miguel. But he didn't. He didn't do that. And he didn't even go with the obvious name for an island where you stage UFC fights, which is simply UFC. Look at me, Dana. Why didn't you just call it UFC? It's perfect. But clearly, staging events is risky at the moment. Just the day before last weekend's UFC event, a fighter had to pull out after he and two of his cornermen tested positive, underscoring the fact that if you want to come back completely without risk, that's just not possible right now. And yet, many sports organizations are feeling real pressure to ignore that risk, especially college sports, where some schools' athletic programs rely heavily on revenue from football. And while you would hope the coaches would talk about the trade-offs of risk and safety with some tact, Oklahoma State football coach Mike Gundy seemed completely comfortable saying the quiet parts loud.
In my opinion, if we have to bring our players back, test them, they're in good shape. They're all 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. They're healthy. A lot of them can fight it off with their natural body, the antibodies and build-up they have. We need to continue to budget and run money through the state of Oklahoma.
Jesus Christ! I don't know whose medical advice is worth the least in the middle of a pandemic, but guy who doesn't mind unpaid college kids contracting a potentially deadly disease so everyone else can make millions is right down near the bottom, along with the advice of funeral parlor magnate and the coronavirus wearing a fake mustache. Now, Gundy later apologized for those things, but there was a real honesty to what he said there. Profit is a powerful motivator here, especially for some team owners who won't be the ones taking the risks. And it's why major sports like baseball and football are so eagerly pursuing plans to come back. But assuming that you can't just stage all events in Jacksonville or on some stupidly named island somewhere, how do you do it in the safest possible way? Well, for what it's worth, Anthony Fauci has outlined how that could happen.
Here's a way of doing that. Nobody comes to the stadium. Put them in big hotels, wherever you want to play. Keep them very well surveilled, namely a surveillance, but have them tested like every week and make sure they don't wind up infecting each other or their family and just let them play the season.
Yeah, you just isolate everyone involved and test the hell out of them, which intuitively seems like it might work. After all, we already have a show where a bunch of people with incredible bodies get monitored all day to make sure that they don't touch each other. It's called Too Hot to Handle, and it is perfect. One of the hot idiots proposed to one of the other hot idiots with a ring pop. And if you haven't watched this show and you're still complaining about being starved for content, you're out of your fucking mind. And ideas along the lines of what Fauci just proposed, so-called bubble leagues, have been floated for multiple sports. Major League Baseball for instance, was at one point reportedly discussing plans to play all of their games in Arizona. And on its face, that seems simple. You just seclude the teams and you have them play with no fans. But when you think about that for more than a second, it all becomes much, much more complicated because, of course, you wouldn't just be isolating players. You'd be doing that for coaching staff, team physicians, trainers, umpires, clubhouse attendants, bus drivers, camera crews, and hotel staff, to name just a few. By one estimate, even a bubble league would require nearly 10,000 people, all of whom would need constant testing. There is a key distinction here because while pro wrestlers, UFC fighters, and college athletes have no union, those in major pro sports do. And therefore, they have significant negotiating power. So if you want them to isolate themselves from their families and put their lives at risk, you need their agreement. And some big names, like the Angels' Mike Trout, still have some significant concerns.
What are you going to do with family members? My wife is pregnant. What am I going to do when she goes into labor? Am I going to have to quarantine for 2 weeks after I come back? Because obviously I can't miss that birth of a child.
Yeah, he's right. The league should not ask anyone to miss the birth of their first child. That is a magic moment. Now, second child, that's negotiable. Same shit, different day. Third child, I'm not even sure the mother has to be there. But that first child is simply unmissable. And after pushback from multiple players, Major League Baseball has walked away from the Arizona idea, with an official even saying earlier this month, I would be lying if we were to say we have a good idea. They're all degrees of bad. And that is true of so many current proposals for sports to come back. The second you start reading the details of any plan, it automatically becomes ridiculous. The MLB's new idea is to play an abbreviated season in as many empty home ballparks as possible. But teams would still have to travel to those, meaning they're not being quarantined. And for a sense of just how easy it is for something to go wrong, look at Germany. That country has handled this pandemic much, much better. And they are in a very, very different situation than we are in the US. And that enabled their soccer league to actually come back this weekend, employing a kind of bubble league approach, without fans and with all team personnel quarantined. But 2 players have already tested positive, forcing their entire team to isolate for 14 days. And one top coach missed the first game after he left the hotel to buy toothpaste and now can't rejoin his team until 2 negative tests. And that shows just how difficult it is to do any of this effectively. And look, I will own the fact, I really want sports to come back. There is no doubt that they have the ability to inspire. One of the things that sport does best is to bring people together in times of crisis, when the Yankees resumed playing after 9/11. Unfortunately, bringing people together is the exact thing we should not be doing right now. And while sport was genuinely helpful at the start of this crisis in showing us how serious this virus was, if it comes back too soon and irresponsibly, it won't be an inspiration, it'll be a cautionary tale. So as hard as it is to hear, we might need a little more time to make sure that we get this right, phasing sports back in slowly with tailored approaches that take into account each sport's level of contact and robust systems of testing and tracing. And I know that there is currently an absence in people's lives. So ideally, what you'd want is something that could fill that gap for a while, until sports can return. Something with an existing infrastructure, a schedule of heart-pounding events, a passionate fan base, and no human contact. Something to which I'm obviously building.
If you've been on Twitter lately, you may have seen this viral video.
Marbles in the blocks, and they're off. It's a neck and neck race up there at the front. Oh, and actually, Comet hits the divider. The attenuator slows him down, and he falls back into 3rd place, now into the clutches of Deep Ocean. So it's Reflector out front, and now Tarantula takes the lead.
Oh, fuck yes. Let me introduce you to Jelle's Marble Runs. They're based in the Netherlands, and they are a competitive marble racing league that is, to put it mildly, absolutely fantastic. They upload races to this YouTube channel on a regular basis, and nobody to whom we have shown this, including non-sports fans, has not ended up wanting to watch more. There are entire racetracks with marbles as fans,
Let's see if that
plus
works.
a marble tournament with 16 different events featuring relays, water courses, and obstacles. And there are also backstories for the marbles involved and some truly passionate fans.
20,000 people from around the world tuned in live to watch last week's race, and Jelle's Marble Run
YouTube channel and millions of views. There are big fan bases built up, not just for the team, but the individual marbles. And when one isn't performing very well in the season, you're going to hear about it on there, and they will, let that marble know they got to keep up their game a little bit. Now, on one hand, that's amazing. On the other hand, the marbles don't really need fans to tell them when they're off their game. I mean, take a look at the Midnight Wisps. They came in fourth in their debut season, just missing the podium. But did they settle for that? No, they didn't. They came back the next year and they won it all. They used their shortcomings as motivation to come back even stronger, or rather, I don't know, whichever adjective is best for marbles. The point is, this isn't just a YouTube distraction, it's a beautiful competitive event and the world needs those more than ever right now. This year's Marble League tournament is actually due to start next month. Fortunately, with times being hard, the league was struggling for money, even tweeting, to make the Marble League, we need sponsors, a head sponsor and some smaller sponsors. So this beautiful thing is in danger of going away just when we need it the most. Rather, it was in danger, because it turns out they're not actually looking for a sponsor anymore. And the reason I know that is you are looking at the new sole sponsor of the upcoming Marble League tournament. That is right. We are proudly sponsoring all 16 events over the next few months. But wait, there is a twist here. In addition to our sponsorship, the winner of each event will get $5,000 donated to a food bank in their name. Whether that name is the Green Ducks, Pacers, or even the Ocean
Whiskey, please. No, thanks.
Whiskey.
Okay. Got the dolly. There. Where are you two? Huh? What? Why? What is your problem? Okay, you want to go outside? No, that's a toy. I don't want to play right now. Oh my goodness, where's he? Oh, what is your problem? You're a brat. Yeah, you're a brat. Ah. Okay, you in. Figure out, make sure it's actually not dripping before I tape it up again. Ah! Got to take Benadryl! Fuck! Plug it in, plug it in. face is so hot. Why? Everything is so fucking slow. Why? A refresh. For fuck's sake! Copy. Oh my god. Okay. Paste, enter. Of course not. Who the fuck would fucking want Edge with all the fucking browsers you can use?
Stainless steel, the versatility of cast iron.
Yeah, I know. Pushing me fucking ads.
Then you want Hexlad.
Always been strapped for content, airing video game versions of baseball and basketball, with SportsCenter at one point actually tweeting out this.
Oh, I parked the car the wrong way.
Now, you might be wondering, what the fuck did I just see? Well, apparently that came from a Russian show called Stone Faces, where contestants slap each other as hard as they can. And this particular guy is a renowned competitive slapper whose real name doesn't matter because his nickname is Dumpling, which is just an outstanding name for that man. And at this point, I don't need to know anything else. I'm all in on competitive slapping. Just tell me what channel to subscribe to in order to watch it and where to order my dumpling jersey. So, if we are all reaching the point of desperation, where we're honestly willing to watch large men slap each other in a windowless room, there is clearly a desire to restart sporting events. The question, though, isn't why sports should come back. It's how that can safely happen. Because to do it responsibly would be a mammoth undertaking. To do it irresponsibly, however, turns out to be pretty easy. The state of Florida early on designated professional sports and media production with a national audience as an essential service, so long as it's closed to the general public. So the WWE has continued staging shows in Florida, holding matches in front of empty chairs. But that requires a lot more people than just those two wrestlers. You need production together in close proximity. And while the WWE maintains its safety measures are as comprehensive as they can possibly be, one employee wrote an anonymous letter to a Florida county commissioner asking them to shut the tapings down because, despite sanitary precaution, we cannot maintain social distancing and have to touch other people. But it's easy to see why CEO Vince McMahon doesn't mind them taking that risk. As he recent earnings call, viewers want to see new matches.
I think new content is always a driver in terms of stimulating interest and what have you. Obviously, everyone's pretty much starved for new content. It could very well be you're tired of watching Netflix and when you see strong men running around in their underwear.
Okay, well first, I'll argue that the risks of creating content the way that you are seem to outweigh the benefits right now. And no one on that call registered your point there because you just said stimulating, strong men, underwear, and crucially, driver, all in the same sentence. At which point, everyone's minds turned immediately to getting absolutely bone crushed by Adam Driver. Slam me to hell, you nasty shed. Jam your mandible claw down my throat, you irredeemable steer. Quick side note here. A lot of you might well be wondering where I'm going with this bit. If you're anything like my staff, you're asking questions, is this sexual or is it violent? And you're then unsatisfied when the answer comes back, yes. If you're like my wife, you might be asking, should I be worried about this? With your concern only is only if you want to be. And what of Adam Driver himself? Is he bothered by this continued sexualization? He seems like a fairly private guy who's generally uncomfortable with attention, making what I'm doing possibly some form of harassment. He might actually have pretty good ground reprimanded legally, to which I say, do it. Slap a restraining order on me, you forlorn block. Beg me to stop, you menacing obstacle. And it's not just the WWE. Their competitor AEW is also taping shows in Florida, and the UFC just last week started hosting matches in Jacksonville. And while they couldn't fly in international fighters for that event, their president, Dana White, has devised an insane workaround.
Fight Island is real. Fight Island is a real thing. It's really happening. The infrastructure is being built right now on the island. I'm ready to go.
Yes. The UFC is apparently building a facility on a private island that they're calling Fight Island. Now, is that a clever name? No. Is it the perfect name? Yes. Because it's the first thought an idiot would have if they wanted to name a private island where fighting. They could have called it Brawl Harmers or Puerto Ruckus or Aui Maui or Slam Miguel, but he didn't. He didn't do that. And he didn't even go with the obvious name for an island where you stage UFC fights, which is simply UFC. Look at me, Dana. Why didn't you just call it UFC? It's perfect. But clearly, staging events is risky. Just the day before last week's UFC event, a fighter had to pull out after he and two of his cornermen tested positive, underscoring the fact that if you want to come back completely without risk, that's just not possible right now. And yet, many sports organizations are feeling real pressure to ignore that risk, especially college sports, where some big athletic programs rely heavily on their athletic football. And what do you think? Because we will talk about the progress of this discussion with some chat. Oklahoma State football coach Mike Gundy seems completely confident in this fight.
In my opinion, if we have to bring our players back, test them, if they're in good shape, they're all 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, they're healthy. A lot of them can fight it off with their natural body. They're Dan Hardy and Bill that they have. We need to continue to help it and run money to the state of Oklahoma.
Jesus Christ. I don't know whose medical advice is worth the least in the middle of a pandemic, but why who doesn't own unpaid college kids contract a potentially deadly disease so everyone else can make millions? It's right down near the bottom, along with the advice of feral chiropractic and the coronavirus wearing a fake mask out. Now, don't you like to apologize for those comments? But there was a real honesty to what he said there. Profit is a powerful motivator here, especially for some team owners who won't be the ones taking the risks. And it's why major sports like baseball and football are so eagerly pursuing plans to come back. And assuming you can't just stage all events in Jacksonville or on some stupidly named island somewhere, how do you do it in the safest possible way? Well, for what it's worth, Anthony Fauci has outlined how that could be. There's a way of doing it.
rejecting each other or this and just let them play this season.
Yeah, you just isolate everyone involved and test the hell out of them. Which intuitively seems like it might work after all. It already happens, showing that a bunch of people with incredible bodies get monitored all day to make sure that they don't touch each other. It's called too hot to handle, and it is perfect. One of the hot idiots proposed to one of the other hot idiots with a ring pop. And if you haven't watched this show and you're still complaining about the stark for content, you're out of your fucking mind. And ideas along the lines of what Fauci just proposed, so-called bubble leagues, have been floated for multiple sports. Major League Baseball, for instance, was at one point reportedly discussing plans to play all of their games in Arizona. And on its face, that seems simple. You just seclude the teams and you have them play with no fans. But when you think about that for more than a second, it all becomes much, much more complicated because, of course, you wouldn't just be isolating players. You'd be doing that for coaching staff, team positions, trainers, umpires, clubhouse attendants, bus drivers, camera crews, and hotel staff to name just a few. By one estimate, even a bubble league would require nearly 10,000 people, all of whom would need constant testing. And there is a key distinction here because while pro wrestlers, UFC fighters, and college athletes have no union, those in major pro sports do, and therefore they have significant negotiating power. So if you want them to isolate themselves from their families and put their lives at risk, you need their agreement. And some big names like the Angels' Mike Trout still have some significant concerns.
What are you going to do with family members? My wife is pregnant. What am I going to do when she goes into labor? I'm going to have to quarantine for 2 weeks after I come back. Because, obviously I can't miss that, birth of my first child.
Yeah, he's right. The league should not ask anyone to miss the birth of their first child. That is a magic moment. Now, second child, that's some shit different day. Third child,
it's more traumatic than anything.
But that first child is simply unmissable. And after pushback from multiple players, Major League Baseball has walked away from the Arizona idea, with an official even saying earlier this month, I would be lying if we were to say we have a good idea. They're all degrees of bad. And that is true of so many current proposals for sports to come back. The second you start reading the details of any plan, it automatically becomes ridiculous. The MLB's new idea is to play an abbreviated season in as many empty home ballparks as possible. But teams will still have to travel to those, meaning they're not being quarantined. And for a sense of just how easy it is for something to go wrong, look at Germany. That country has handled this pandemic much, much better, and they are in a very, very different situation than we are.
I feel like
in
that's
the
the
US.
same with like the nuclear thing, where they're like, no, we got this. Like, but look at all the other countries who are way better than us at everything, and they couldn't really get it right. So
2 players have already tested positive, forcing their entire team to isolate for 14 days. And one top coach missed the first game after he left the hotel to buy toothpaste and now can't rejoin his team until he has 2 negative tests. And that shows just how difficult it is to do any of this effectively. And look, I will own the fact, I really want sports. There's no doubt they have the ability to inspire. One of the things that sport does best is to bring people together in times of crisis, like when the Yankees resumed playing after 9/11. Unfortunately, though, bringing people together is the exact thing we should not be doing right now. And while sport was genuinely helpful at the start of this crisis in showing us how serious this virus was, if it comes
the fact
back
that
too soon,
they were even having the conversation of whether it's okay for people to play sports, even though it means they could get sick.
Back in slowly with tailored approaches that take into account each sport's level of contact and robust systems of testing and tracing. And I know there is currently an absence in people's lives. Ideally, what you want is something that could fill that gap for a while, until sports can return. Something with an existing infrastructure, a schedule, heart-pounding events, passionate fan base, and no human contact. Something to which I'm obviously building.
If you've been on Twitter lately, you may have seen this viral video.
Marbles in the blocks, and they're off. It's a neck and neck race up there at the front. Oh, it actually kind of hits the divider. The attenuator slows him down, and he falls back in the
You want Alfredo or bolognese?
It's reflector out front, natural takes
All
with the meat.
Let me introduce you to Yellow's in the Netherlands, and they are a competitive marble racing league that is, to put it mildly, absolutely fantastic. They upload races to this YouTube channel on a regular basis, and nobody to whom we have shown this, including non-sports fans, has not ended up wanting to watch more. There are entire racetracks with marbles as fans, plus a marble tournament with 16 different events featuring relays, watercourses, and obstacles. And there are also backstories for the marbles involved and some truly passionate fans.
20,000 people from around the world tuned in live to watch last week's race, and Yella's Marble Run YouTube channel has
fan base is built up, not just the teams, but the individual marbles. And performing very well in the season, you're going to hear about it on there, and they will know they got to pick up their game over there.
Wow.
Now, on the one hand, that's amazing. On the other hand, the marbles don't really need fans to tell them when they're off their game. I mean, take a look at the Midnight Wisps. They came in 4th in their debut season, just missing the podium. But did they settle for that? No, they didn't. They came back the next year and they won it all. They used their shortcomings of motivation to come back even stronger. Or rather, I don't know, whichever adjective is best for marbles. The point is, this isn't just a YouTube discussion, it's a beautiful competitive event, and the world needs those more than ever right now. This year's Marble League tournament is actually due to start next month. Fortunately, with times being hard, the league was struggling for money, even tweeting, to make the Marble League, we need sponsors, a head sponsor and some smaller sponsors. So this beautiful thing is in danger of going away just when we need it the most.
So itchy.
Rather, it was in danger because it turns out they're not actually looking for a sponsor anymore. And the reason I know that is you are looking at the new sole sponsor of the upcoming Marble League tournament. That is right. We are proudly sponsoring all 16 events over the next few months. But wait, because there is a twist here. In addition to our sponsorship, the winner of each event will get $5,000 donated to a food bank in their name. Whether that name is the Raspberry Racers, the Green Ducks, the Hazers, or even the Oceanics, although frankly, they're going to need a ton of reorganization in the locker room because they were a fucking mess last year. And what's more, at the end of the entire tournament, the overall winner will get a $20,000 donation made in their marble team's name to the International Rescue Committee. It is the only way that we can think of making what these guys are doing even better. So please, check this out.
Yella's Marble Runs and Last Week Tonight present.
Now they have Hazers to the lead. Green Ducks into the water. Now they have a lot of trouble moving through those quick chicanes to start things off. And the Savage Speeders keep their momentum while they fall into the final run. Raspberry Racers trying to fight for gold.
The sports event of the summer has arrived.
He was knocked off. Fighting over the famous
God.
Raspberry Racers.
It's ridiculous.
Finish line in sight. Who's going to get it?
Marble League 2020, premiering the 21st. This one's for all the marbles.
Yeah.
You can find the Marble League in June at this website, although you can catch up on past races right now. That's our show. We're off next week, so we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for watching, Marble fans. Good night.
Okay. Okay, go.
I don't actually mean my body, but now I'll mention it, scratch that, make it 2 white points. It's been a truly brutal week with protests across the country in response to the horrific killing of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis police. And there is clear a lot to discuss here. How these protests are a response to a legacy of police misconduct, both in Minneapolis and in the nation at large, and how that misconduct is, in and of itself, built on a legacy of white supremacy that prioritizes the comfort of white Americans over the safety of people of color. There is so much to say here. Some of it complicated, much of it all too clear. Or, you know, you could just go on TV, open up your mouth, and let this shit fall out.
Rioting could be one thing you don't want. Ugly opinions, police brutality, a vicious bird watcher, rude and entitled ladies walking their dogs in big city parks. All of that is bad. But none of it is nearly as bad as what you just saw.
Okay, first, fuck you, Tucker. That's just a general point. Second, saying a vicious bird watcher is deeply offensive because you're either trying to both sides that Central Park incident or insulting fans of this show who proudly call themselves vicious bird watchers. I am the vicious bird, they are the watchers. But look, for the larger point here, people
for fuck's sake.
Moments like this, and it's easy to do when order in its current form is designed to benefit and protect you. But it's hard to overstate how clearly we've been reminded lately of the hostility of our existing order towards black people who've been killed by police in the streets, killed by police in their own home, killed by wannabe police in the streets, and threatened with state violence while literally birding. And collectively, that has just got to be some sort of brutality bingo right there. And when order results in you lying face down on the lawn, while your grandma stands between you and the police who pulled their guns on you after you allegedly just rolled a stop sign, I can see what being lectured about the importance of order at the expense of all else is just not what you want to fucking hear right now. And in the initial aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, the president tweeted condolences, but you just knew something worse was coming. True enough, it soon did.
The president tweeted these thugs, all caps, are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Any difficulty, and we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Wow. Look, set aside that when a man like Donald Trump uses the word thugs, you know exactly what it's come through. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. It's actually a quote from a notoriously racist 1960s Miami police chief, and it is truly astounding how Donald Trump has managed to live nearly 74 years with a remedial understanding of spelling, grammar, geography, science, civics, nutrition, and child development. And yet, he's the fucking library of Alexandria when it comes to racist maxims of the 20th century. But look, for our main story tonight, I'd actually like to talk about how the president spent the first half of his week. Because for some reason, in the midst of 40 million Americans unemployed, 100,000 Americans dead, and racial tensions boiling over, he chose to spend his days focusing on this.
President Trump overnight taking to Twitter to take on Twitter, along with other social media giants, for what he calls political bias. It comes after Twitter, for the first time, added a fact-check footnote on 2 of his tweets that called mail-in ballots substantially fraudulent.
Yeah, Twitter fact-checked the president's tweets. They're also apparently fact-checking other tweets as well, but clearly not all of them, because we just tweeted, Luke is the best Hemsworth, and so far that has not been flagged as a damaging lie. And come on, Twitter, either your system works or it doesn't. It is a known fact that the order goes Chris Hemsworth, Liam Hemsworth, no Hemsworths, then Luke. But it is worth taking a look at the underlying statement that caused Twitter to act. Trump's claim that voting by mail in these elections will be substantially fraudulent, because that is a favourite subject of his. He's tweeted about it a ridiculous number of times in the last 2 months, and he brings it up constantly.
Mail ballots are a very dangerous thing for this country because they're cheaters. They go and collect them. They're fraudulent in many cases. The mail ballots are corrupt, in my opinion. And they collect them, and they get people to go in and sign them, and then they're cases. It's a horrible thing.
Now, what he just said there was bullshit and actively harmful to the democratic process, but in a weird way. It's almost comforting to hear him busting out his classic 2016 hits about voter fraud and rigged elections. It brings you back to a simpler time, doesn't it? We could go to restaurants freely, we had no idea what Zoom was, and we were sure that an obviously unqualified presidential candidate was going to lose in their historic 2016. You truly were the good old context days. And the thing is, voting by mail is a popular idea. 70% of us are in favour of allowing any voter to vote by mail if they want to. If this pandemic continues into the fall, as it almost certainly will, many voters will want to do exactly that. Because think about it, holding an in-person election during a pandemic is an absolute nightmare. Elections usually involve hundreds of people cycling in and out of a single enclosed location, plus polling places are often located in communal
I never thought I'd say this in my time, but this really scares me, this kind of thing. I never thought I'd see it. For McGee and the majority of poll workers, they're retired in their 60s or 70s. And health experts say this age group is some of the most vulnerable to the virus. Even if we have a line of 10 people, how are we going to keep everybody, safe from the germs? We have a touch screen. We'll have to wipe that down every time. Are we supposed to have people bring their own pencil?
No, of course not. And not just because they shouldn't have to, but also, who the hell owns a fully functioning pencil?
Me.
Sure, you might have one with a usable eraser, but an unusable tip. Or maybe you have one with a sharpened tip and the eraser's gone. Or maybe you've got one and leaves like a brown streak on the paper. And yeah,
So relatable.
What? A pencil sharpener? You don't own one of them. Unless you do, in which case, just answer me this. Where is it? Exactly. If you think you're in any way prepared to bring a working pencil to a polling station, then you, my friend, are living in a fucking fantasy world. Now, that woman actually decided not to work her state's primary out of fear for her safety, and many voters share her concerns. But not all state officials are addressing those concerns especially well. Just listen to Missouri's Governor Mike Parson offer advice ahead of next week's local elections there.
I hope people feel safe, but to go out and vote. But if they don't, the number one thing is their safety should be number one. So if they don't, then, I don't know if I've ever heard myself say that, but if you didn't feel safe, then I wouldn't do that.
Well, hold on there. Voting is a right. It has to be easy to understand and accessible to everyone. Unlike, say, HBO Max. What the fuck is that, by the way? Does anyone actually know? I'm on it, and I don't know. And why is it so purple? It's like I'm watching television from inside Grimace's arsehole, and not in a good way. Now, there are a lot of ways to mitigate the dangers here, but perhaps the biggest is expanding the option to vote by mail. The thing that Trump lies about so often, Twitter finally decided to step in. So tonight, let's take a look at why the option of voting by mail is so necessary, why concerns about it are often overblown, and why talking about it right now is actually really important. And let's start with the fact that we actually have a pretty good lesson for just how badly an election during a pandemic can be bungled, thanks to Wisconsin. They held their primary and it was absolute chaos, partly because their Democratic governor had tried to delay it, only to be thwarted by the Republican-controlled state legislature and Supreme Court. And the Republican Assembly Speaker, Robin Vos, tried to reassure people that everything was safe while volunteering at a polling place. But something about how he delivered that message was a little unconvincing.
You think being in person is putting people at risk today?
I don't. I look at this and say to myself, we have every single opportunity to be safe.
Do you, Robin? Do you? Because you're sending two very different messages there. Your mouth is saying, don't worry, everything's safe and cool. But it's being slightly undercut by the fact your dress code is Chernobyl casual. And unsurprisingly, many didn't buy his assurances. Due to safety concerns, there was a massive reduction of polling sites in some big cities, with Milwaukee's 180 polling sites being reduced down to just 5, resulting in massive lines. And adding to the fact a record number of mail ballots were requested, hundreds of which, all of which resulted in sites like this immunocompromised woman cast while wearing a garbage bag. And no one should have to wear a because they're trying to vote. You don't have to wear one because you're trying to shed excess water weight, so you look extra jacked. Oh yeah, I haven't stopped my coffee just because of the lockdown. That's the Diesel Express every day. The sun don't shine before this small eclipse runs its course. You might as well put me in a tortilla with some salsa and lime because my beef is shredded. Look, having been put into this position, you can kind of understand why the voters in Wisconsin.
This is so wrong. This is just so wrong. This election should have been called off. They're telling us to stay in the house and, stand 6 feet from each other. But then, one of the most important times.
Yeah, at least it was time for election, not like our fucking prime minister who was like, we're going to call a snap election.
Stop playing politics.
In the middle of the pandemic, where we're telling you you can't leave your house after 8 o'clock for 5.5 months. But you can absolutely.
Democracy. It's just one of the many ways that COVID-19
Go
is
gather
Donald
at a
Trump
polling
effect.
station, even though it wasn't time to fucking do elections yet.
How do you prevent what happened in Wisconsin from happening 50 times over? Well, one obvious thing is to make it easier to vote by mail. Some argue that that's a dangerously radical proposition.
Everyone's afraid. Everyone's rethinking how we do things. Should we do it a new way? And that's okay. We should be open-minded. Why haven't we had mail-in ballots for the last 230 years?
Because they can be fraudulent.
In many cases, do widespread fraud and manipulation. And if you want to rattle people's faith in the system that we've had for centuries, maybe you would do that. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't know? Oh, well, first off, Tucker, thanks so much for admitting it. One of the biggest problems of modern discourse is that people think admitting a lack of knowledge is a sign of weakness when it's not, is it? It's how we learn and grow as individuals. So it's really hard to see someone in your position admit that they don't have all the facts. Facts like, for instance, that we've had voting by mail since the Civil War, and that 1 in 4 Americans actually cast a mail ballot in the last federal election. So your premise that voting by mail is a new idea that would shatter democracy is in fact completely wrong. You just engaged in a dialogue in good faith, so thank you. Unless you weren't doing that, in which case go fuck yourself, you human boat shoe.
Oh wow.
So clearly, the question isn't
Human
should
boat
we have
shoe.
voting by mail at all?
It's a weird fucking insult.
How hard should we make it? And depending
Booty.
on where you live, the answer to that question can vary widely. For instance, if you live in these 5 states, congratulations. You already have universal all-mail voting where a ballot is automatically sent to every eligible voter. Now, if you live in these 29 states, you can request an absentee ballot for any reason. If you live in these 16 states, you do have to provide a reason to vote absentee. And while these 11 have, at least in some cases, allowed the fear of coronavirus to be a valid one, these 5 states have not. Also, almost no states have decided whether or not it'll be a valid excuse for the general election this November. And that's not even getting into some of the other restrictions that states have put in place, the most ridiculous of which is Alabama, where to vote absentee, you have to submit a photocopy of your photo ID, in addition to signing it before a notary or 2 witnesses. And the argument for putting limits on voting by mail is that if you don't do that, people will just cheat.
Think about the registration records in states that have not been purged. By that I mean dead people have not been removed. You can request an absentee ballot in that name, have it mailed to a different address saying you moved, you know the person's dead, and then say you're back at the old address and go and vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
While that might sound plausible,
Right now!
just think about the steps you have to take to successfully make.
But if we can't do it with the dolly, we can always just like fucking put the top down in the car.
Social. Then you have to know that they were registered to vote when they were alive. Then you have to fill out a form to request.
I mean, like,
to your address.
if it ends up being super difficult,
To redo their entire.
but it's super light. Like it's not like a heavy cabinet like the fucking dresser cabinets.
Possibly their driver's license number and.
I just don't want to break the fucking glass.
Let's say you do all of this and you get their ballot in the mail. You might also know what the dead person's signature looks like to convincingly forge it, because it could be compared to their signature already on file. And you would better hope that the notification of their death never reaches the elections office through any of the routes that it could, as despite what Justin would have you believe, voter rolls go through periodic list maintenance, including cross-checking Social Security death records. And having done all of this, and remember, told authorities where you live, if you're caught, you're risking several felonies, which in many states involve prison time, or to gain the grand total of 1 vote. It is a crime that's difficult, high risk, and low reward. It's as if at the end of Ocean's 8, we learned that Sandra Bullock had gone to all the trouble of breaking into the Met Gala to steal a map of state quarters. Sandra, why? That's $12.50 worth of quarters. That's a complete waste of your time, Kate Blanchett's time, and most importantly, Rihanna's time. And look, fraud can happen in mail-in voting. Opponents love to cite a 2005 bipartisan report that said absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. But what they don't mention is that in practice, it's still incredibly rare. In Oregon in 2016, out of the more than 2 million votes cast by mail, there were just 54 cases of suspected voter fraud. That is 0.002%. And to hear Oregon's former Secretary of State tell it, there's a pretty good explanation for that.
Vast majority of Oregonians don't care about politics to the level that they're willing to risk prison time for it.
Yeah, of course they don't. The only vote Oregonians would risk prison over would be a vote to get Portland Trailblazer Damian Lillard into the MVP conversation. You know what? They'd be right to do that. Dame Dollar for life. And look, I am not saying that voting by mail is perfect. Mailed ballots are rejected at a higher rate than those cast in person, and it doesn't work for all communities. Some people with disabilities need to go to an in-person voting place to help casting a ballot, and places like Native American reservations and remote Alaskan villages may have unreliable postal service. Plus, if you vote by mail, you probably don't get one of those I voted stickers, which if you live in Louisiana, means you might not have got this actual sticker featuring a truly excellent pelican. Look at this absolute king. It's hard to pick my favorite part of this. His steely blue gaze, his crown that says the state of Louisiana has a monarch, and I am it, or his prominently displayed earring, despite not having any ears to speak of. No question here, that large water bird fucks. What an incredible motivator to get out and vote in Louisiana that will obviously backfire when everyone writes in that pelican as their choice for governor. But advocates argue that vote by mail is still a good idea that would reduce obstacles to civic participation. But that, in and of itself, may be why it's become so controversial. Conservative opponents often speculate that any increased participation would benefit Democrats, despite the fact researchers have consistently found that it hasn't obviously helped one party or the other. And yet, some are willing to go to extremes to fight this. Texas's AG threatened to prosecute anyone who encouraged people to get an absentee ballot because they were afraid of the coronavirus. And the lieutenant governor there has been doing some truly Trump caliber level fear-mongering.
When you have an opportunity to steal a vote, the Democrats will take advantage of it. And this is what it's all about. There is no reason, capital N, capital O, no reason that anyone under 65 should be able to say, I'm afraid to go vote. Have they been to a grocery store? Have they been to Walmart? Have they been to Lowe's? Have they been to Home Depot? Have they been anywhere? Have they been afraid to go out of their house?
Yeah.
So this is a scam by the Democrats to steal the election.
Far be it from me to challenge the wisdom of a well-read guy whose good self is only half occupied by thoughts. But going to the grocery store doesn't mean people aren't afraid. It means they need to eat. Point. Hunger outweighs fear, which is also, incidentally, the official slogan of Taco Bell. But even in states that try to fight it, the odds are that there will be a lot more people voting by mail coming forward. Which brings us to our final point. How will states handle that? Well, first, they need money fast. Some estimate the cost of properly running the 2020 elections during the pandemic could reach $4 billion. And unfortunately, the CARES Act directed just $400 million to states, which is just nowhere near enough. And this funding needs to come quickly. Some jurisdictions are going to struggle to handle a high volume of mail ballots. In fact, take the swing state of Pennsylvania, which only had 107,000 absentee ballots in their 2014 primary. But received applications for over 1.8 million this year. And COVID will cause that purchasing machinery costing up to $1 million per unit. And if you are going to do that, you need to decide right now, because machines like high-speed scanners and sorters can take several months to order and safely install, all of which makes it more than a little concerning that some, like Missouri Governor Mike Parson, the man you saw earlier telling voters to stay at home if they didn't feel safe, some of them have argued that everyone should relax because there's just no rush to deal with this.
Right now, it's about being prepared for COVID-19, doing what we can for that. It's about getting the economy started back up. It's about people going back to work. There'll be time to talk about the elections in November and August, but now's not the time for that. There'll be time for that.
But now is absolutely the time to talk about this. You cannot prepare for an election the same way you update your computer's software by just putting it off for months on end and secretly hoping that maybe you'll be dead before you actually have to deal with it. We need to get this right now. And it doesn't stop there. Officials should also be communicating to voters exactly how to get a mail-in ballot, when they need to do it by, and how to properly fill it out. And there's actually one last thing that we may need to personally prepare ourselves for, and that is that in November, if there is, as seems likely, a surge in mail-in voting, it may take much, much longer for all the ballots to be counted. In fact, We may not know who's won until a few days after Election Day. And if it doesn't look good for Donald Trump, look for him to use that to sow discord among his supporters. I'm just kidding, of course. He'll win in a landslide, and his victory speech will be taking a shit on the stage to thunderous applause. That's really in keeping with the vibe 2020 has set so far. But regardless, there are a few things that you can do here. If your state does allow voting by mail, you can request and return your absentee ballot early. This will help flatten the curve of vote tabulating on election day. And as a reminder, if you need a stamp, these little beauties are available for 2 more weeks. And there's actually one last problem that we may be able to help you with here, because if the thing that's stopping you from voting by mail is not being able to get a fun free sticker, we have you covered there. We've designed 4 of them that you can print out at home, including one that says, I wanted people to know I voted by mail, so I printed out this sticker. One that says, I voted by mail, with an image of this hamster and a Speedo. One featuring a ghost with an X through it and the caption, I'm not dead and I voted by mail. And finally, in the spirit of Louisiana, one featuring this emu wearing a top hat with a nose ring for no reason whatsoever. All of these are available for you at ivotedbymail.com. And I would seriously consider doing it, because if you vote by mail, not only will you be exercising your civic duty, you'll also be making Tucker Carlson really fucking mad. And what better incentive is there to do absolutely anything than that? And now, this.
And now, TV hosts want to know, what's that behind you?
What is that behind you, Kenny? So this is my collage wall that I started because I was a little bored. Hey, is there a cat picking up behind you?
I'm a crazy cat lady. Thank you for announcing that on TV, Mark.
What is that behind you?
One of my kids, my son Alden, set that up, and I just didn't have it in me right now to move it.
What is that behind you? I'm trying to figure out what that is. Oh, I'm a quotation for in the plumbing industry for condos and commercial buildings.
Interesting. Okay, we got to the bottom of that.
Hey, Richard, what is that behind
What?
the steering wheel? Is that clock? I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Yeah.
It's a steering wheel. You know,
I told you, but they used to do it for WoW all the time. Sometimes it would take a whole week for them to fix something that's a non-playable bug. Like a non-playable bug is like the ones that you have to deal with the most, and like people, the game testers. Yeah, but you know what? It's because game testers, they don't actually do their test sets. They look on forums to see what the non-playable bugs are, and they get their test sets. They go pass for everything until they find one on a forum that's like a non-playable bug, and they'll go that one specifically to actually fix it.
Hey, do you have any pictures of me in your bookcase there?
Have you been looking at my bookcase, huh?
Yeah, there's a sports out there.
Moving on. Finally tonight, a quick word about the UFC. The best place to watch grown adults fight each other in an enclosed space other than at Thanksgiving. You may remember on our last episode, we covered how the world of sports is reacting to the coronavirus. And we mentioned the UFC's president, Dana White, was planning to stage fights on a private island to skirt travel restrictions into the US. And it wasn't just that idea that we found ridiculous. It was the name they chose for it. The UFC is apparently building a facility on a private island that they're calling Fight Island. Now, is that a clever name? No. Is it the perfect name? Yes, because it's the first thought an idiot would have if they wanted to name a private island where fights happen. It didn't even go with the obvious name for an island where you stage UFC fights, which is simply UFC. Look at me, Dana. Why didn't you just call it UFC? It's perfect. Yeah, and I absolutely stand by that. And it looks like I'm not the only one who thinks that it's a better name than Fight Island, because just 2 days after our show aired, UFC filed trademark applications for the term UFC, and Dana White even confirms that it wasn't a coincidence.
So, what's his name? The guy that came out and said, John Oliver, came out and did that piece with some selective facts, about what we had done in Florida and all that stuff at UFC. So I told my lawyers after that, I said, see if the trademarks are there for UFC. So obviously did, and obviously you guys know about it. Did we get them? Yeah, I think we got it. Thanks, John Oliver.
Okay, first, Dana White intentionally forgetting my name is a truly excellent neck, or rather it would be if he weren't only number 83 on GQ's list of the 100 most powerful bald men in the world from 2013. Now that is a neg right there, Dana. You got beat by Jason Alexander. You got Costanza'd. What's more importantly, I'm not remotely mad here. I want you to use that name. In fact, I think you should let us rename all of your events because, frankly, you're not very good at it. Take UFC 249. It's just your logo plus a number. Where's the pizzazz there? How about this? UFC Knuckle Opera, or Dust Up at the Beef Factory, or Large Hamboy Collider. Better, right? Who doesn't want to see some Hamboys collide right now? Honestly, even the name Dana White could use a little punch. It doesn't sound like the head of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It sounds like the third best real estate agent in Sacramento, or a video where a white woman calls the cops on a black family for smiling too hard. So here are some name improvements for you, free of charge. Dumps McFightman, Lug Steakface, Spaniel Muscle Milk, Skull Brisket, Tummy Buns Bin Laden, Rufus T. Name Thief, or my personal favourite, Doug. Just Doug, no last name like Cher and Madonna, because that's the Dougest Doug I've ever seen. Maximum Dougness right there. The point here is, I am not mad at Tug Slavitz for stealing our idea for UFC. We may not even be the first person he's stolen from. He only filed for the Fight Island trademark a week after a TMZ reporter suggested to him that he call it that. In fact, the only thing that he's done here that annoyed me was accusing us of using selective. What other people's ideas are to.
Sorry, what?
There's something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
Probably upsetting, but it's not we
Well, it should be on Netflix then, no?
and his two all tested positive for coronavirus before this event. And the score
You want to do the thing first, or you want to eat first?
completely without risk. Now,
Okay.
White responded on Twitter saying we had 3 events, not 1, which is completely irrelevant, and that those 3 positives came from 1,100 tests, which does initially seem to
What? The Wire? I know. I'm working on it.
We learned that all those tests were tested.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm working on it.
Basically, that was causing a larger number to make the positive result look less significant. It seems like, I don't know. Honestly, I think Dana White's just looking for a fight. In fact, I'm almost certain that he is, because he's literally trademarked the phrase Dana White looking for a fight. That's real. And as we mentioned, when looking up his fight,
What is the matter with you?
many phrases that he's trademarked in the past. There's fights
Like you're like as if we were beating you. Like
which is somehow even better. And
you're not entitled unless you did something wrong and you know I fucking already and I don't.
Samuel L. Jackson, although
Because sometimes he does that. He does something wrong and he'll be like skulking around with his ears back. I'm like, why are you doing that? And he'll be like, you pooped your pizza.
perfect phrase to have on a child's toy. But that does make you wonder whether it's legal to put that phrase onto other objects. Would Dana White sue you if you put a mug, for instance?
I'll do the rest of my time.
Cheers, Dana. Cheers to you. But when we started looking deeper, we also realised that there's actually a number of trademarks that they've applied for and got and then let expire. My favourite of which is You Will Submit, which they trademarked for use on baby booties, fanny packs, and walking canes, because nothing says I'm going to beat you into a submission like a baby with a cane wearing a fanny pack. And look, since Dana took something that we came up with, we're going to return the favour, because guess who is now officially in the process of owning the trademark You Will Submit. I'll give you a clue. It's got 2 thumbs. It's sheltering a white boy, and it's about to sell this baby onesie, which you can find at TugSlapMeetsBabyPalace.com. Who's the baddest motherfucker now, Dana? That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next week. Good night. Bye.
Have a nap?
You're a dog. You're a dog and you're looking at her food. You're looking at her food. What is this?
You're so pretty. I will fuck you up, you little fucking. Okay.
How about that? You're not putting it away?
What? I'll do it when I come back?
Okay, so we block this.
Okay, I'll do then.
Kitchen?
No.
You didn't think of it?
No, I just know the dog's not gonna go all the way up there for the fucking sandwich.
Oh, no.
Because if he does, I will end his existence.
I will end its miserable existence.
Then I'll start beating you.
Me?
Him.
Oh.
Why would I beat you because the dog ate a sandwich?
You don't have a lunch anymore. Pick back.
You starve tomorrow. I put your fucking bread upside down. Whatever.
Whatever, baby. Upside down.
Well, one's like one way, and one's the other way.
Ooh.
I know, right?
Make things interesting.
Twice I've seen you drive by, you better fucking not
What?
fucking steal my shit. That's like the, what do you call it? You put it up anyway.
I put it up anyway.
You're good.
How about that? How about that? How about that?
Okay, first of
No,
all,
you're not coming.
there's a fucking other street, baby. Maybe 5 minutes. I know you think it's the end of the world. Just in case.
Okay. The fuck?
What? What do you do? What the fuck? Whiskey!
Go lie down. You went into my fucking lunch and eat the crackers. You ate the rest of the fucking crackers. Fucking pissed. No food for you tonight. None at all.
Yeah, but I have a bowl of stew that I have to get rid of.
Yeah, but fuck. Later. Not right away.
Thank you for coming with me. I know, it's okay. It's just garbage.
No,
I know. There will be more.
Wooden cabinet are not garbage.
Nothing to do. Nothing wrong.
Don't give me that face. Mr. Rag giving you the cutest face I ever have. No. Put your ears down. Yeah, better. Gotta kumquat. Fuck you up.
It's not like we're gone for hours and you end up finding the thing. No, we're gone for a minute if you're in it. We're waiting for us to leave. Not happy.
Never mind. Yeah.
Tabernacle. Tabernacle. So tomorrow I go to work for 9 if it's not raining. It's raining.
You grab yours, I can show you.
What are you doing? You're not making sound.
George Floyd by the police. And in response to those protests, which have been a stirring pushback against institutional racism and brutality, it's been frankly sickening to see them met with this.
Across the country, peaceful protests have too often devolved into standoffs with heavily armed police using military-style tactics. Flashbangs, tear gas, rubber bullets, helicopters, armored vehicles.
We're out here peacefully protesting, but they're armed like they're going to war.
Yeah, they are. And look, if police are trying to convince the public they're not guilty of displaying excessive force, it's probably not a good idea to repeatedly display excessive force on national television, including in this city, where Mayor de Blasio praised them for their tremendous restraint, and Governor Cuomo threatened to send in the National Guard. And I'll say this, having recently said I couldn't wait to go back to Haiti.
Yeah, I watched the 7 days of Minneapolis. It was fucking crazy. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen. I watched it going to work. I watched it at home. I watched it at work. Like, I watched it for 7 days without stopping. And then at 4 in the morning. Okay.
The cheese.
At 4 in the morning, they did a media blackout where everyone was waiting for the fucking army to come in, and then everything went black everywhere. It was really, really intense. I've never seen anything like it.
And the protest was peaceful. The police showed up with their excessive fire force, shooting rubber bullets and throwing tear gas. Is this what you think of protecting and serving? Because I think it's bullshit.
Oh, I think it's bullshit.
I refuse to call you an officer or chief because you don't deserve those titles. You are a disgrace. Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
If the president is taking notes, that is what a perfect call looks like. My favourite part is that after he's finished unloading on that police chief, he yields his time, realises he still has a couple of seconds left, so unyields it and throws in a bonus, fuck you. Now, as for the president himself, he initially hid from the protesters in the bunker, later claiming he wasn't hiding, he was actually just inspecting it. Then his attorney general had police gas protesters outside the White House so that Trump could have an inexplicable photo op at a nearby church.
The Bible.
Like it's the ticket for his sandwich.
Yeah, and the priest of that church was like, "How dare you use my church as a prop?"
It's not just that. It's because Putin told him that he's going to respect him the day he's going to walk down the stairs of the White House like he walks down the stairs of the Kremlin. He's like, "Oh yeah," he said, "You always go down with
no security.
Delta Force. You're always with Delta Force, so you got all your security details. Like you see me when I go down the stairs." He opens the door, Putin's alone, all the way down the stairs, and then the security details comes and gather up. Like, the day you do that, I'll respect you. And you're just like, oh yeah, okay. You walk across the street with all the security details.
I did not know that. Not only, it's,
Instead, tonight,
It's like me showing like me being tough at Fatal, like standing up to Kilo and shit in front of people and being like, doesn't matter if I'm fucking, you think I'm little, I'm fucking tough and I'll show you how fucking tough I am, because it's during a time where I've never seen anything like that. I've seen protests, like the student protests and all that. That Minneapolis, when George Floyd died a week after, they were burning their own city to the ground.
Oh!
Yeah, right in point blank, right in the face. Yep.
They grabbed him. They're beating him up. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill him.
No, they're not gonna kill him. They're just gonna beat the shit out of him.
Oh,
And then they don't even bring them into the station. They dump them blocks away.
Pepper spray them like it's fucking sunscreen.
Yeah, but you don't spray sunscreen in your fucking eyeballs at point blank either. Not only are you not supposed to spray people point blank with any kind of mace, you could blind them. You could take out their fucking eyeballs.
You read that point of view. I mean, they didn't, but they think that you read.
No, at one point, the girl on CNN is reporting, and then later on, I was watching some guy who was there who was live streaming it, and you could see the news reporter in the fucking protest. She was a black chick who literally fucking stopped doing the news and then joined into the protest in the front line. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? I was just watching her on the news on CNN. That same chick. It was crazy.
More likely than white to be killed by police. And about
Want milk with it or?
Black men can expect to be killed by
Oh, there's my coat that's there? I just opened it.
In America, I can't even
Okay.
begin to imagine how scared
Thank you, baby.
and exhausted you must feel. Not only this week, but constantly. Medical groups say police violence against black and brown Americans is just one of the physical and psychological factors that make racism a serious public health issue. And look, clearly, the police are just one part of a much larger system of racial inequality. But for tonight, we're going to focus primarily on them and try to address three basic questions. How the fuck we got to this point, what the obstacles to reform have been, and what we can do going forward. And let's start by just...
Well, you went into Daddy's lunch bag, so don't look at me. You know you did something wrong.
They're the heroes of the life TV shows like Cranky Gun Grandpa and Cocaine Cops Who Fuck and Manic Bigot and His One Black Friend. America loves nothing more than a renegade cop who doesn't play by the rules. But of course, the reality of policing is and has always been very different. And it might be worth going through some of the history here because it's important to understand how deeply policing in this country is entangled with white supremacy. And I know you might be thinking, well, join the club, policing. This is America. The only institution not deeply entangled with the history of white supremacy is Olive Garden. And that's only because it's always been a powerful symbol of white inferiority. But the police have not just been incidentally tainted by racism. For much of US history, law enforcement meant enforcing laws that were explicitly designed to subjugate black people. Some of America's first law enforcement units were slave patrols, capturing and returning people who'd escaped from slavery. And when slavery ended, white people had no intention of letting that be the end of white power. As one Alabama planter said in the wake of emancipation, we have the power to pass stringent police laws to govern the Negro. This is a blessing, for they must be controlled in some way, or white people cannot live among them. And I know that's uncomfortable to hear. Certainly uncomfortable for me to say. It's important to remember that we're here on purpose. Now, for a century after, police in the South were responsible for enforcing segregation while allowing and sometimes participating in lynchings and anti-black terrorism. And as black people migrated to the north by the millions, they were met there, yet again, by brutality. And all of this, coupled with the continued denial of economic and housing opportunities, not always particularly subtle, by the way, meant that by the summer of 1967, there were a series of high-profile uprisings against racial injustice across the United States, or, as white people actually described that exact time,
The summer of 1967. It is known as the Summer of Love.
yeah, it is known as that. And that's a pretty big disconnect, isn't it? And it honestly makes me slightly worried that what's happening right now will be remembered one day by white historians as the Summer of Chromatica. And look, things did not improve from the 60s onward. Nixon pledged fealty to law and order and started the war on drugs, which Reagan later turbocharged. And by the time we got to the 90s, a school of thought called broken windows or zero tolerance policing had started to take root, which held that if minor crimes left unattended, it would lead to more serious crimes. Therefore, police had better crack down on those minor offences. That fueled the saturation of police in low-income communities of color. Those police got stopped in the first, essentially, allow police officers to search people at random. At that policy's peak, in 2001, there were nearly 700,000 stops recorded in New York. The vast majority were black and Latino people. Or, to put that another way, those policies, too often, basically amounted to this fucking bullshit, just under a different name. And that sort of aggressive policing is actually constant cause to increase the number of police officers on the streets. And let's be clear here, Democrats were very much involved in it. The Boston area, all the way on up to this point.
An initiative to put 100,000 more police officers on the street, more prisons, more prevention, 100,000 more police. 100,000 new police in communities of all sizes. We need to finish the job of putting 100,000 more police on our streets. Last fall, Congress supported my plan to hire an additional 100,000 police we've already finished. 50,000 more. Concentrate in high-crime neighborhoods.
Yeah, thank you very much for the conquest. 100,000 police officers is you know what's new? Massively expanding a broken institution to score cheap political points. And if you can do that while playing the saxophone, that just gets even cooler. And all the while, as we continue to boost funding for police and give them more authority, we were simultaneously slashing spending on key social services. That meant that in many communities, the police were the only ones left to handle almost any issue that people had, which is a real problem, as this former Dallas police chief readily admits.
We're asking cops to do too much in this country. We are. We just ask them to do too much. Every societal failure, we put it off on the cops. Not enough mental health funding. It's not happening. Not drug addiction funding. Let's get to the cops. Here and now, we got a loose dog problem. Let's have cops take loose dogs.
No, he's absolutely right. We are asking police to do far too much. They have a massive array of complicated duties that in many cases they just aren't equipped to handle. Like for them, very much the Jared Kushners of local officials, without, of course, the expression, complexion, and general demeanor of a haunted baby. So up and down, absolutely be angry at the police right now. Let's also be angry at the same institution that left them as essentially the only public resource in some communities. And on top of all of that, we've made those bad choices even more dangerous in recent years by needlessly arming police to the fucking teeth. As we discussed 6 years ago now, we've issued the police literal military-grade equipment, some of which we've seen used to control and intimidate protesters this week. And it's frankly not just the hardware that's a problem here, because a whole sub-industry of police training has also cropped up to reinforce the message that cops are at war. And perhaps no one will take that idea further than this guy.
Once you've made the decision, it transforms history. What is this ready to do? Only a killer can punish the victim. Are you emotionally, spiritually, psychologically? This is not about human life in defense of innocent. But you can't make that decision. You need to find another guy.
Wow. You know, the problem that tells someone that they're a predator is that it trains them to see the rest of the world as potential prey. And of course, once he went through this training, he wound up on edge. You wouldn't try a barber by saying, here are your scissors, a snip like this. Oh yeah, this is how to puncture the carotid artery. Now, you only need to use this 99% of the time, and if you don't even make that decision, you need to find another job. Now, that Grossman is actually called Dave Grossman, and he calls himself an expert in philology. A term that he invented and defines as the scholarly study of the destruction, just as sexology is the scholarly study of the procreating, which. And also, I'm pretty sure the first lesson in sexology never forced to be procreated at if you want anyone to procreate it with you ever again. As vanishing as Rosie is, he's by no means a things bigger in police culture. He's on the road giving trainers 200 days a year. The officer who shot Orlando Castile had taken a course based on Rosie's theories. However, the wake of that shooting now is next banned officers from participating in warrior-style training. The head of the police union, Bob Kroll, announced plans to defy that decision. I honestly don't know what's more alarming. His determination to train police officers to be predators, his air of casual impunity, or the fact he has a sign in his office that says, "Let me drop everything and work on your problem," which is always an office decor choice with grade A arsenal, but especially if it's someone whose actual job is to work on other people's problems. And that confidence that he's above punishment actually brings us to the second point that we want to look at tonight. What major obstacles to reform have been, because one of the biggest issues is police unions. Even in cities where the mayor and police chief say all the right things, it's important to note that the union can stop whatever they are proposing dead in its tracks. And unions can make it incredibly difficult to discipline officers even for egregious misconduct. Take what happened in Minneapolis with two officers who belong to our friend Bob's union.
Two Minneapolis police officers on paid leave for allegedly decorating a Christmas tree at the 4th precinct with a bunch of items that are viewed as racist. Bags of hot pocket chips, a cup from Popeye's fried chicken, menthol cigarettes, and cans of malt liquor.
What the fuck?
Holy shit!
What?
It's not just disgusting, it's also arguably the most racist thing to happen in Christmas since people decided that this child born in the Middle East was white. And not only does that incident raise serious questions about those officers, it also implicates the entire precinct because they presumably thought that none of their co-workers would have a problem with what they did. And to his credit, when that story broke, the mayor of Minneapolis announced that the officer responsible would be fired by the end of the day, only to have to almost immediately walk that statement back, saying that there was a process that they were required to go through by law. We actually checked, and despite the fact it's now been a year and a half since that happened, one of those officers' cases is still under arbitration. Look, I get unions fighting for their work. That is what they do. But police unions take it to a dangerous extreme, negotiate language into contracts that makes removing a problem officer incredibly difficult. A Washington Post analysis of some of the nation's largest police departments found that they fired at least 1,881 officers for misconduct, but were forced to reinstate more than 450 of them, almost 25% after appeals required by their union contracts. Police unions can also oppose even the most basic common sense reform. The Cleveland police started being required to file a report every time they unholstered and pointed their gun at someone.
Right.
And their union head was absolutely furious.
I'm afraid that officers are going to be hesitant to pull their gun in an appropriate situation.
Yeah,
because
but
they don't
maybe
want to do
you
the
guys
paperwork
shoot too
that's
many
going to be
people
associated with
already.
having to pull your gun.
So maybe you should have to explain why you're pointing your gun at people because it traumatizes people when you do. Especially if they don't even know why the fuck they have a gun pointed at them. So people might react. Be pretty upset.
I know those comparisons probably make them mad. What's he going to do? Shoot me? I don't think so. Think of the paperwork involved. And
What?
that attitude is particularly
What?
hard to take.
Why'd you
It's
make two
been
plates?
just 6
Because
months
so I
ago.
can clean the
To
plant.
me, it was. I'll be
I'll just grab it up and put
I'm
it
like,
in the
did
fridge.
friggin' you gave me one already?
I would be very concerned at that
Iron
point.
everything.
Oh yeah, you hungry?
No. Dying.
New York City.
Gonna explode. Boom.
The actor when the judge recommended firing the officer who chokehold led to the death of Mary Garner.
Is this your dog ever you feel nothing mad at him?
I can't.
Why?
I can't do it.
Why? Well, it's too hot right now anyway.
Taking a step
So mad at him.
He just basically put his inaction against the killers as a bargaining chip. Besides that being morally reprehensible, it is a tool that most Labour so many people have at their disposal. When the
Come on,
unions
baby.
representing TV writers fight for their members, the worst thing that they can threaten the public with is fewer episodes of Dawn or The Blacklist or this show. And that's
Did
just
he pull
not
your
what
ice pack out, or did you leave it out?
No, you pulled it out.
Because policing did slow down in New York a bit last year. There was an 11% drop in arrests, an 18% drop in misdemeanor arrests, and a 32% drop in movement violations. But the thing is, if you lived in New York,
Yeah, give me a
what
minute.
you don't remember is at the time that the city devolved into chaos, because it didn't. People still went about their lives, subways were still as
Are you
as they
serious?
usually were, and rats still dragged slices of pizza upstairs to feed their rats' families after a hard day of rat work. Making you wonder whether all those arrests were really in the interest of public safety at all. Now, one good way to attempt to get past a union resistance is if the federal government steps in.
Whiskey?
It actually can. It has the power to investigate police departments.
What the fuck did you just eat?
And into what is called a consent decree, in which the police department is going to make instances that are then overseen by a federal court. That could be a powerful tool to do.
This is not normal. For a dog to scavenge like this.
From a consent decree. Depends on who is running. And right now, it's this wildly unsuccessful Bible sales. And he clearly has no interest in police reform. In George W. Bush's word, he's just
Can't help himself. That's good to give him something. Start challenging every word.
Yeah, but probably because his dad gives him fucking garbage for food.
Just a single investigation and essentially
Like-
zero consent decrees. Meanwhile, Trump himself has made it clear where he stands on the police use of
It's like you. When you don't get fucking red meat in you, you get nasty and you fucking. You get tired and fucking you don't feel good.
Like when you guys put somebody in the car, you know, when you put the hand, like, don't hit it and it just killed somebody. Don't hit it. I said, you can take the handle of it.
Wow. You know, it's bad enough when it's just a bunch of random shitheads cheering on Trump's glorious record. It's a lot more alarming when that applause is coming from the people whose main job is to see lawlessness and stop it. What else can you do as a civilian to get accountability if the police violated your rights? Well, you could try and sue the city or the individual officer in question. And in high-profile cases especially, they can be incentivized to settle for astonishing amounts. In fact, over a period of 5 years, the 10 cities with the largest police departments paid out $1 billion in settlements in court records. Control. You could involve elected officials of title inexplicably took a real word and then stuck it in the middle of it. Come on. That's my dream job. But even I can tell you, if they're spending $1 billion on misconduct settlements, you might want to seriously examine what conduct looks like. And if the city doesn't feel that it has to settle with you, you're in real trouble because civil suits against cops are nearly impossible to win. Just listen to a defense attorney explain one reason that it was going to be difficult for Michael Brown's family to see the Ferguson officer who killed him.
Civilly, sure, they could go after him civilly. The problem is he won't call that movie. He's going to say that I was acting in a script when I played it. This is what I was doing.
Yeah, and he is right about that. Police officers are often protected from consequences due to something called qualified immunity, which sounds like something you get from a horrifying cheat code in Grand Theft Auto. Well, guess what? I turned on qualified immunity, and now my car runs on prostitutes. But it's actually worth taking a moment to talk about that term. Very basic. Qualified immunity means that a public official is immune from lawsuits unless their exact conduct has already been ruled unconstitutional in a previous case. And I do mean exact, because small, tiny variations can result in a case being thrown out. This happens all the time. For instance, one case was thrown because of the difference between unleashing a police dog to fight a motionless suspect in a bushy ravine and unleashing a police dog to fight a compliant suspect in a canal in the woods, which I totally get. Those are two completely different kinds of outdoor holds. And then there was this case.
A federal appeals court has ruled Seattle police used excessive force when they tasered a pregnant woman during a traffic stop in 2004. She was shot 3 times with a stun gun for refusing to sign a speeding ticket. Although the ruling was in Brooks' favor, the officer who fired the taser was given immunity because the law on stun gun use was not clear yet.
That is absolutely ridiculous. The method the officer used to assault that woman really shouldn't matter. It's like if Jeffrey Dahmer was declared innocent because he cooked his victims in an instant pot. The crime is the killing, not what fucking appliance he used. Now, the good news is that there is a chance that the Supreme Court will soon decide to reconsider qualified immunity. There's actually a bill in Congress right now to abolish it, although even if it passes, it may have to wait for a new president to sign it, and we may not get it anywhere from the next 4 years to never. But while ending qualified immunity would be great, that alone isn't going to be nearly enough. And that brings us to our final point. What do we do now? There are a lot of suggestions to look at. Unfortunately, some prominent Democrats have been spitballing ideas that are embarrassingly small and perhaps no more ridiculous than this. Wow. That lack of imagination is not particularly inspiring, but also not particularly surprising coming from Joe Biden, who is truly the getting shot in the leg instead of the heart candidate right now. And while that's obviously absurd, the instincts of Biden just displayed that the key question is not if an officer should shoot someone, but where, is shared by many politicians. In New York, Bill de Blasio has balked at making it illegal for police to use chokeholds, despite the fact that a chokehold is precisely what led to the death of Eric Garner. But the fact is, the incremental reforms that we've tried, like the wider use of body cameras, physical bias and use of force training, are not on their own going to cut it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't stick by them, but in fact, we want to know with an entrenched police culture resistant to any effort to conform. That is why many advocating that we rethink police from the ground up. One small example of this is Camden, New Jersey, which 10 years ago was policed by a deeply troubled, corruption-ridden force. But in 2013, they dissolved their city police force entirely, with officers having to reapply for their jobs. And indeed, they've been able to meaningfully shift the culture, while also instituting policy changes that drop excessive force complaints and some rebuilding of community trust. And look, I'm not saying it's easy, perfect, or even that it would work everywhere, but it should expand our idea of what is possible. One even broader idea that's going around is defunding the police. Now, that's a phrase that on its face may sound alarming. In fact, just watch this professional alarmist realize on his very bad face. Defund the police, no more cops. That's the phrase. That seems like a fringe position, but in the Democratic Party, it isn't anymore. If you live in a gated community, it might sound like a good idea. You have your own police. You have no plans to replace that with rapid response social workers. So you're set no matter what happens. There aren't going to be any rapes on your street. But what about everyone else? What's going to happen to them? First of all, before we go tougher, you see, no, this is a difficult moment. I really hope just kidding. Fuck you forever, Tucker Carlson, you sentient polo maggot. Second, given the reflectingly low number of rape cases that actually deserve charges, much less.
Tucker Carlson's really not even that bad.
As proof of that politics.
That is a fucking moron, and he knows it's a moron. That's fine.
Absolutely does not mean that we eliminate all cops and just succumb to the purge. Instead, it's about moving away from a narrow conception of public safety that relies on policing and punishment and investing in a community's actual safety, in both stable housing, mental health services, and organisations. The concept is that the role of the police can then significantly shrink because they are not responding to the homeless, or to mental health problems, or arresting children in schools, or really any other situation where the best solution is not someone showing up with a gun. That is the idea behind defund the police that you actually listen to. The exact level of understanding of the Black Lives Matter movement you would expect from a man who always looks like he just saw his first black Barbie and was confused, but mostly scared. Look, as we know, many police will likely resist any redistribution hard. Police unions often put themselves as essential, everything else as somehow frivolous. In fact, remember Bob Troll? Well, when Minneapolis asked his union to accept a pay freeze due to COVID-19, here is how he
years that he transgender. Let's see.
All right. So let's set aside the risks of Biden's transgender. Instead, he said that the budget for the Minneapolis Police Department is $192 million, meaning that 15,000 amounts to 0.008% of the annual budget. And if that's pissing money away, the city should really see a fucking divorce. Guys like Bob rolling his eyes at anything transgender related is exactly why it is time for our conversation to go beyond that. I should at least do my job. What really do we want the role of the police to be? And too many still seem to think that this is an issue of a few bad actors. In fact, just listen to one officer unsuccessfully try to make that argument to some protesters just this week. Yeah, that protest is right. What the fuck does that? Because one hamburger should be a health expansion, few bad hamburgers might mean that McDonald's getting shut down, and bad hamburgers regularly kill people on the street, so maybe we consider going fucking vegan. But this clearly isn't about individual officers. It's about a structure built on systemic racism that this country failed intentionally and now needs to dismantle intentionally and replace with one that takes into account the needs of the people that it actually serves. And this is going to take sustained pressure and attention over a long period of time from all of us. Black communities have had to put up with actual activists while also routinely being disenfranchised. And it is long past time for the rest of us doing to make sure that their voices are heard and did upon. Because it's going to be far too easy for nothing to meaningfully change things. That is what has always happened before. After the unrest in the late 60s, a commission was set up to investigate and issue advice. Many of its conclusions resemble ideas like police demilitarization and broad reinvestment in marginalized communities that are still being pushed today. But testifying before that commission was a social scientist Kennedy Clark, and he made this observation, which is impressively true. He said, I read the report of the 1919 Washington Department, which is it. I read the report of the investigative committee of the Harlem Riots of 1935, the report of the investigative committee of the Harlem Riots of 1942, the report of the Harlem Commission to Watch Riots of 1965. I must have one conversation because it's been a passing by with the same moving picture retelling over and over again. The same analysis, same recommendations, same inaction. We're the same shit now that we went back then. Because they're not directly impacted by it. It is tempting to look for reasons to feel better about the world, to look at some top kneeling and think, oh, we just need more of that. But we need so much more than that. Because ours is a firmly entrenched system in which the roots of white supremacy run deep, and it is critical that we all grab the fucking shit. To do anything less would be absolutely unforgivable. And actually, to that point, there's one person I saw this week whose words have been echoing over my head. And you've been listening to me talk for a while.
Come on, Whiskey.
So now I'm going to let her have the last word.
So when they say, why do you burn down the community? Why do you burn down your own neighborhood? It's not ours. We don't own anything. We don't own anything. There is, Trevor Noah said it so beautifully last night. There's a social contract that we all have. That if you steal or if I steal, then the person who is the authority comes in and they fix the situation. But the person who fixes the situation is everyone. So the social contract is broken. And the social contract is broken. What the fuck do I give a shit about burning the fucking football hall of fame? About burning the fucking party?
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? This girl's amazing. Because you know what? During that fucking protest, there was a bunch of people who didn't live there who were like, why would people be setting their own town on fire to the point where it's burning to the fucking ground? And they're like, it's all people who are Antifa who don't even live there. I literally watched this all 7 days before the army came in, and it was the citizens were like running out of their house, breaking into banks, so the cameras are there, and people just didn't give a fuck anymore. This chick is so fucking cool. Wait. Why? Can we?
For a while. So now I'm going to let her have the last word tonight.
That was so fucking good. That is crazy. Why?
Supremacy run deep, and it is critical that we all grab a fucking shovel. To do anything less would be absolutely unforgivable. And actually, to that point, there's one person I saw this week whose words have been echoing around my head, and you've been listening to me talk for a while. So now I'm going to let her have the last word tonight.
So when they say, why do you burn down the community? Why do you burn down your own neighborhood? It's not ours. We don't own anything. We don't own anything. Trevor Noah said it so beautifully last night. There's a social contract that we all have. That if you steal or if I steal, then the person who is the authority comes in and they fix the situation. But the person who fixes the situation is killing us. So the social contract is broken. And if the social contract is broken, why the fuck do I give a shit about burning the fucking Football Hall of Fame, about burning a fucking Target? You broke the contract when you killed us in the streets and didn't give a fuck. You broke the contract when for 400 years we played your game and built your wealth.
Yep.
You broke the contract when we built our wealth again on our own, our bootstraps in Tulsa, and you dropped bombs on us. When we built it in Rosewood and you came in and you slaughtered us. You broke the contract, so fuck your Target. Fuck your Hall of Fame. As far as I'm concerned, they could burn this bitch to the ground.
Fucking Christ.
And it still wouldn't be enough. And they are lucky that what black people are looking for is equality and not revenge.
That's our show. Thanks for watching.
Wow. What the fuck? That was fucking crazy.
Hi there. Welcome to the show. Still taking calls on this one time to set their room filled with one increasingly weak result. It's not the hospital in my case. It's been a week of continued Black Lives Matter protests. Which have managed to generate far-reaching effects both big and small. For instance, Cox was cancelled after 33 years of being that show your dad was asleep to. And Sesame Street and CNN with the town hall to explain the current moment to children. You didn't please all of this. In fact, just wait for one giant baby's reaction.
To ask the question, people of color, especially in the black community, are being treated
unfairly overpowers women.
Children's show, Stop That Bobby, America is a very bad place, and it's your fault. No matter what happens, no matter what they do to you when you grow up, you have no right to complain.
First, obviously, fuck off, Tucker. You won the Homeowners Association. And second, that unspecified they in what they do to you when you grow up is doing a lot of heavy lifting. There's basically two options for what that can mean. One, that you feel as a benefit of the system that members of they are unnecessary. Or two, that it shows a badly written piece of work. So, which is it, Tucker? Are you a racist or are you a total fucking moron? The answer can be, and indeed is, both. But the momentum was just in front of the table. The Minneapolis City Council was pledged to dismantle that city's police force, while New York lawmakers voted to make its disciplinary records public and passed a law criminalizing the use of chokeholds by police, both of which seem common sense and the bare minimum. And yet, police union leaders have continued to
Stop treating us like animals and dogs. Start treating us with some respect. That's what we're here today to say. We've been left out of the conversation. We've been vilified. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, it's because you've been fucking terrible at conversing. If a high school debate team argued their rebuttal by tear gassing the other team, they wouldn't be invited back to the But meanwhile, some people dismantling symbols of white supremacy into their own hands. Statues across the world are being torn down. The slave trade in Bristol, England was hurled into the harbour. King Leopold II of Belgium was spray painted and ultimately removed. And statues of Christopher Columbus have been toppled, beheaded, and in one case thrown into a lake where, and this is true, its location was quickly updated on Google Maps because, unlike Christopher Columbus himself, Google knows how to read a fucking map. And these protests have given momentum
Not really, apparently.
like Virginia's effort to remove a statue of Robert E. Lee, an effort that some, like this state senator, have been troubling
About shutting desks down.
Oh, shit.
Wow. With setting aside my almost clinical ability to miss the point, you cannot erase the history of white people. It's like the skid marks on the arse of your favourite shorts. No matter how hard you try, that shit's never coming out. And statues aren't the only tribute to a horrifying past now being reconsidered. NASCAR banned the Confederate flag, which prompted one part-time driver to announce he's quitting after this season, although to be fair, that driver had never won a race, so you can kind of understand why a flag for losers might be important to him. And the country group Lady Antebellum changed their name to just Lady A, which is a solid fix, as long as nobody ever asks what the A stands for, or points out that that name has been used by a black blues singer for the last 20 years. And then there was this.
Gone with the Wind is gone from HBO. It's one of the most popular films of all time. It's also been condemned for ignoring the horrors of slavery. Today, White House Press Secretary Katie McEnany tore into HBO, making it clear she was speaking on behalf of the president.
Where do we draw the line here? I was told that no longer can you find on HBO Gone with the Wind because somehow that is now offensive. Where do you draw the line? Is it should George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and James Madison be erased from history?
The answer to where do you draw the line is literally always somewhere. Somewhere. Also, it's going back up to the different context and holiday. Who gives a shit if something's not on HBO Max? In fact, there may be no better way to obliterate all evidence of something's existence than to put it on HBO Max, the only ash heap of history that costs $15 a month. And look, obviously, symbolic progress has progress, and all these changes have been a long time coming. But this week also brought stubborn reminders of the institutional inertia that is going to make real change so difficult, like Joe Biden sticking by his plan to invest an additional $300 million into community policing efforts, which is an example of whatever the precise opposite of reading the room is. And also, into yet more footage of police handcuffing black teens for jailbreak, as well as a newly released video of Oklahoma officers responding to a man saying, "I can't breathe," by saying, I don't care. That man is again Derek Scott, who go on to die at the hospital of a collapsed lung. And perhaps most infuriatingly of all, as protesters continue to demand justice for Breonna Taylor, who was killed in Roman Congress by the police executing a no-knock warrant, the Louisville Police Department responded with this.
Police in Louisville are releasing the incident report from the night officer shot and killed Breonna Taylor. As the Courier-Journal reports, it's almost entirely blank. The 4-page report says Taylor has no injuries, but the police shot her at least 8 times.
What?
Holy shit.
What?
That is appalling. And when it comes to erasing history, this seems a fuck of a lot worse than leaving a bunch of statues toppled or that would probably be described on the Louisville police report. No injuries. So yes, there's also hard, necessary work to be done in checking the unacceptable conditions of our residents. And the only hope for that is if has never once been said about the offerings of HBO Max. People don't take their fucking eyes off this.
And now, C-SPAN cars have 2 thoughts on the coronavirus for the second most patient man on television.
I have one question. I want to know who was the last politician or ex-politician to visit China before this virus?
And why is that?
I'm curious.
Okay.
I told the guy watching the answer is grocery store. You can check his stuff on the list.
I practice physical distancing long before anybody tried to tell me I had to, because I don't like people.
Sam is in Seattle, Washington. And
So, how you doing?
okay, go ahead.
What do you want to ask me?
Richard, is Maryland. Hello.
I was just like to thank you for taking my call, number one. Number two, stuff.
Who the hell sees nobody? He's just a man from Brooklyn, black sheep.
He's the lead epidemiologist on the White House task force.
Okay. But anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. Stay safe, Papa Do.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns facial recognition, the thing that makes sure my iPhone is open unless it sees my face or the face of any two. But that is it. Facial recognition technology has showcased in TV shows and movies for years. Denzel Washington even discovered a creative use for it in the 2006 action movie Deja Vu.
We have facial recognition software. Yeah. Let's use it on the bag, cross match it to all the bags on the south side of the city in 48 hours leading up to the explosion, right?
Something is released this way.
Look, same day.
Bingo. Bingo indeed, Denzel. With smart, believable plot development like that, it's frankly no wonder that Deja Vu received such glowing IMDb reviews as an insult to anybody who finished elementary school, worst movie of all time, more like Deja Vu, and my personal favourite, a 1-star review that reads, Bruce Greenwood, as always, is great, so sexy, and there's a cat in some eyes. A review that was clearly written either by Bruce Greenwood or that cat. Now, the technology behind facial recognition has been around for years, but recently, as it's grown more sophisticated, its applications have expanded greatly. For instance, it's no longer just humans who can be the target.
The iPhone sensor scans each fish and uses automatic image processing to uniquely identify each individual. A number of symptoms are recognized, including loser fish.
Yes, loser fish, which, by the way, is an actual industry term. Now, that company says it can detect which fish are losers by facial scan, which is important. You tell which one of these fish is a loser and which one is a winner. Are you sure about that? Yes, fish. This is why we need a computer. But the growth of facial recognition and what it's capable of is with it enhanced privacy and surveillance issues. It gives a sense of just how terrible this technology could be if it becomes part of everyday life. Just watch as a Russian TV presenter demonstrated at full time space.
Listen, if you find yourself in a cafe with an attractive girl and you don't have the guts to approach her, no problem. All you need is a smartphone and the application FindFace. Find new friends. Take a picture.
Yeah, but is that Ukraine or Russia?
and wait for the result. Now you're already looking at her profile page.
Burn it all down. Burn everything down. I realise that this is a sentence that no one involved in the wants to, but just imagine that from a woman's perspective. You're going about your day, when suddenly you get a random message from the www that says, "Hello, I saw you in cafe earlier and used 5 basic human your name and contact information. I'll pick you up in your place at 8. Don't worry, I already know where you live." But one of the biggest users of facial recognition is, unsurprisingly, law enforcement. Since 2011, the FBI has logged more than 390,000 facial recognition corrections. And the database's law enforcement appeal for reaching over 117 million American adults to incorporate, among other things, driver's license photos from residents of all these states. So roughly 1 in 2 of us have had our photos searched this way. And the police will argue that this is all for the best. In fact, here's an official with the London police explaining why they use it there.
Here in London, we had the London Bridge attack, the Westminster Bridge attack. The suspects involved in that, people accused of those offences, were often known by the authorities. Had they been on some database, had they been picked up by cameras beforehand, we may have been able to give that as impossible. So that would probably be advice to oppose.
It's hard to come out against the prevention of atrocities. This show is, and always has been, anti-atrocity. But the key question then is, what's the trade-off? If the police can guarantee that they can prevent all robberies, but the only way to do that is by having officers stationed in every bathroom watching you every time you take a shit, I'm not sure everyone would agree that it's worth it. And the people who do might want that for reasons other than preventing crime. And now is actually a very good time to be looking at this issue, because there are currently serious concerns that facial recognition is being used to identify Black Lives Matter protesters. And if that's true, it would actually be the first time. As this senior scientist at Google, Timmy Faber, will tell you.
There was an example with Baltimore police in the Freddie Gray market, where they used face recognition to identify protesters. And then they try to link them up with their social media profiles and then target them for arrest. So right now, a lot of people are actually urging people not to put images of protesters on social media, because there are people out there whose job is just to look up these people and target them.
It's true. During the Freddie Gray protests, police officers used facial recognition technology to look for people with outstanding warrants and arrest them, which is a pretty sinister way to undermine the right to assemble. So tonight, let's take a look at facial recognition. Let's start that even as big companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and IBM have been developing it, all over the world have been happily rolling it out, there haven't been many rules or a framework in place for how it is used. In Britain, they've actually been experimenting with facial recognition zones, even putting up signs alerting you to the fact that you're about to enter one, which seems polite. But watch what happens when one man decided he didn't actually want his face scanned.
This man didn't want to be caught by the police cameras, so he covered his face. Police stopped him, they photographed him anyway, an argument followed.
What's your suspicion?
The fact that he walked past.
I would do the same. I would do the same.
No, I walk past like that. It's a cold day as well. I've done that. The police. So I've got now £90 fine. Look at that. Thanks, £90.
So it's John Cena as the president of the United States with the British black dude, whatever. That's the prime minister of England, and they get their plane shut down, so they're in Belarus.
Belarus, yeah.
And then they're like, the girl comes in with the shotguns, like, Yankees. The black's like, no, Canadian. Because Canadians get a lot of money for Ukraine and Belarus. So he's like, no, they don't like England and the United States.
That's like a relatively new movie?
Yeah, it's pretty big fight.
Yeah, because Trump cut off all the funding for their military operations. You're hungry?
No.
Maybe you can give this to your dog now? No, maybe you can? Thank you. So I can go downstairs and do the laundry.
Match you with your relatives and the people.
How do you feel when you don't get real meat?
Enough cameras, we can know who you.
I feel sick and shitty and not fucking good.
Good boy.
Level of surveillance.
Are you giving kisses, Daddy?
Instead of scouring Middle-earth for the One Ring, he was just brilliant in knowing where all his orcs like to go to dinner. And some state-funded developers in China seem weirdly oblivious to just how sinister their projects sound.
Skynet. What is that?
The Terminator is a favorite film of our founder. So they use the same name.
That's a Super AI Minecraft I was talking about.
This system.
So, okay, in the Terminator, Skynet.
You mean the one that doesn't pick up black people?
Rains down death from the sky.
Yes.
But in China, Skynet is good.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Oh, that's the difference, is it? You know, it's not exactly reassuring that you called your massive, all-encompassing AI network Skynet, but a good version. Because it'd be like if the Today Show built a robot journalist
when,
and called it
2016?
That Power, but good. Oh,
2020.
This one's completely different.
'Cause it was-
That's why he's in the void. Because COVID.
Since 2016, they have
This is the good version.
Skynet.
The point is, this technology
Really?
is trying philosophical questions about personal
And
freedom. Right now, there are also some
Umbrella Corporation, it's something in Japan.
because even
Has
though
the
it
same
is
symbol as
powerfully
Resident Evil, the Umbrella
this
Corporation.
technology is
They're doing
very
biogenetic
much
modifications,
and its error
which is
rate
exactly what they did in the movie.
to matching
It's
faces in real
super
time.
fucked up.
In the UK, when human rights researchers watched police put one such system to the test, they found that only
And then the government has like websites
were verified.
dedicated to zombie apocalypses, and like fucking, you're like, oh yeah, oh, very fucking unreassuring.
MIT researcher found out when testing out numerous algorithms, including Amazon's own
Unnerving?
recognition system.
At first glance, MIT researcher Joy Guglielmini says the overall accuracy rate was high, even though all companies better detected and identified men's faces than women's. But the error rate grew as she dug deeper.
Lighter male faces were the easiest to guess the gender on, and darker female faces were the hardest.
One system couldn't even detect if she had a face, and the others misidentified her gender. White guy, no problem.
Yeah, white guy, no problem, which, yes, is the unofficial motto of history. But it's not like what we needed right now was for computers to somehow find a way to exacerbate the problem. It gets worse. In one test, Amazon's system even failed on the face of Oprah Winfrey, someone so recognizable, her magazine only had to type the first letter of her name and your brain auto-completed the rest. And that's not all. A federal study of more than 100 definition evidence found that Asian and African American people were up to 100 times more likely to be misidentified than white men. So that is clearly concerning. And on top of all of this, some law enforcement agencies have been using these systems in ways they weren't exactly designed to be used.
In 2017, police were looking for this beer thief. The surveillance image wasn't clear enough for facial recognition software to identify him. So instead, police used a picture of a lookalike, which happened to be actor Woody Harrelson. That produced names of several possible suspects and led to an arrest.
Yeah, they used a photo of Woody Harrelson to catch a beer thief. And how dare you drag Woody Harrelson into this? This is the man that once got drunk at Wimbledon in this magnificent hat, made this facial expression in the stands, and in doing so, accidentally made tennis interesting for a day. He doesn't deserve permission for that. He deserves the Wimbledon trophy. There have been multiple instances where investigators have had such confidence in the match, they've made disastrous mistakes. A few years back, Sri Lankan authorities mistakenly targeted this Brown University student as a suspect in a heinous crime, which made for a pretty awful finals week.
On the morning of April 25th, in the midst of finals season, I woke up in my dorm room to 35 missed calls, all frantically informing me that I had been falsely identified as one of the terrorists involved in the recent Easter attacks in my beloved motherland, Sri Lanka.
That's terrible. Finals week is already bad enough, what with staying up all night, alternating shots of 5-hour energy and Java monster mean bean while trying to push your brain to remember the differences between Baroque and Rococo architecture without waking up to find out that you've also been accused of terrorism because a computer sucks at faces. Now, on the one hand, these technical issues could get sorted out over time. But even if this technology eventually becomes perfect, we should really be asking ourselves how much we're comfortable with it being used by police, by government, by companies, or indeed by anyone. And we should be asking
I don't really care at
right
this
now
point. I
because
don't
we're
really
about to
know.
cross a major line. For years, many tech companies approached facial recognition with caution. In fact, in 2011, the then chairman of Google said it was the one technology the company had held back because it could be used in a very bad way. Think about that. It was too Pandora's boxy for Silicon Valley, the world's most enthusiastic Pandora's box openers. And even some of the big companies that have developed facial recognition algorithms have designed it for use on limited data sets like mugshots or driver's license photos. But now something important has changed, and it is because of this guy, Hoang Ton Tat, and his company Clearview AI. And I'll let him describe what it does.
Quite simply, Clearview is basically a search engine for faces. So anyone in law enforcement can upload a face to the system, and it finds any other publicly available material that matches that particular face.
Okay, so the key phrase there is publicly available material, because Clearview says it's collected a database of 3 billion images. That is larger than any other facial recognition database in the world, and it's done that by scraping them from public-facing social media like Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. So, for instance, Clearview's system would theoretically include this publicly available photo of Tom Tat at what appears to be Burning Man, or this one of him wearing a suit from the exclusive Santa Claus After Dark collection at Men's Warehouse, and this very real photo of him shirtless and lighting a cigarette with blood-covered hands, which, by the way, is his profile photo on Tidal, because, yes, of course, he's also a musician. I can only assume that that's the cover of an album called Automatic Skip if this ever comes up on a Pandora station. And Tom Tat's willingness to do what others have not been willing to do, and that is scrape the whole internet for photos, has made his company a genuine game changer in the worst possible way. Just watch as he impresses a journalist by running a sample search.
So here's the photo you uploaded to me. A headshot from CNN. So first few images it's found a few different versions of that same picture. But now as we scroll down, we're starting to see pictures of me that are not from that original image. Oh, go to, wow, oh my God. So this photograph is from my local newspaper where I lived in Ireland. And this photo would have been taken when I was like 16. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Although, here is some advice. If there is an embarrassing photo away from it, make it the centre of your television show's promotional campaign and own it. Use the fact that your teenage years were a hormonal Stalingrad. Harness the pain. But the notion that someone can take your picture and immediately find out everything about you is alarming enough, even before you discover that over 600 law enforcement agencies have been using Clearview's service. And you're probably in that database, even if you don't know it. If a photo of you has been uploaded to the internet, there is a decent chance that Clearview has it, even if someone uploaded it without your consent, even if you untagged yourself or later set your account to private. And if you're thinking, hold on, isn't this against the terms of service for internet companies? You should know Clearview actually received cease and desist orders from Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook earlier this year, but it has refused to stop, arguing that it has a First Amendment right to harvest data from social media, which is just not at all how the First Amendment works. You might as well argue that you have an Eighth Amendment right to dress up rabbits like John Lennon. That amendment does not cover what I think you think it does. And yet, Tom Tat insists that this was all inevitable, so we should all frankly be glad that he's the one who did it.
I think the choice now is not between like the recognition and facial recognition, it's between, bad facial recognition and responsible facial recognition. And we want to be in the responsible category.
Well, sure, you want to be, but are you? Because there are a lot of red flags here. For starters, apps he developed before this included one called Trump Hair, which would just add Trump's hair to a user's photo, and another called Vidiho that fished its own users, tricking them into sharing access to their Gmail account and then spanning all their contacts. So I'm not sure that I would want to trust my privacy to this guy. If, however, I was looking for someone to build an app that let me put Ron Swanson's mustache on my face as my checking account was quietly drained, sure, then he'd be the top of my list. And despite Clearview's repeated reassurance that its product is intended only for law enforcement, as if that is inherently a good thing, he's already put it in a lot of other people's hands, because in addition to users like the DEA and the FBI, he also made it available to employees at Kohl's, Walmart, and Macy's, which has alone completed more than 6,000 facial searches. And it gets worse, because they've so reportedly tried to pitch their service to congressional candidate and white supremacist Paul Nealon, suggesting that they can help him use unconventional databases for extreme opposition research, which is a terrifying series of words to share a sentence with white supremacist. Now, Clearview says that offer was unauthorized, but when about who else he might be willing to work with, Tom Tat's answer hasn't been reassuring.
There's some countries that would never sell to that are very adverse to the U.S., for example, like China and Russia, Iran, North Korea. So those are the things that are definitely off the table. What about countries that think that being gay should be illegal? It's a crime. So like I said, we want to make sure we do everything correctly, mainly focus on the US and Canada, and the interest has been overwhelming, to be honest. Just so much interest that, we're taking it one day at a time.
Yeah, that's not terribly comforting. When you ask a farmer if he'd let foxes into the hen house, the answer you hope for is no, not the interest from foxes has been overwhelming, to be honest. Just so much interest. So, we're taking it one day at a time. And unsurprisingly, reporters from BuzzFeed have found that Clearview has quietly offered its services to entities in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, countries that view human rights laws with the same level of respect that Clearview seems to have for Facebook's terms of service. So facial recognition technology is already here. The question is, what can we do about it? Well, some are trying to find ways to thwart the cameras themselves.
Hi guys, it's me Jillian again with a new makeup tutorial. Today's topic is how to hide from cameras.
Okay, first, that's probably not a scalable solution. And second, I'm not sure if that makes you less identifiable or the most identifiable person on Earth. Officers are on the lookout for a young woman, dark hair, medium build, looks like a mime who went through a shredder. Look, clearly, what we really need to do is put limits on how this technology can be used. And some locations have laws in place already. San Francisco banned facial recognition last year, but the scope of that is limited to city law enforcement. It doesn't affect state and federal use or private companies. Meanwhile, Illinois has a law requiring companies to obtain written permission before collecting a person's fingerprints, facial scans, or other identifying biological characteristics. And that is good. But we also need a comprehensive nationwide policy, and we need it right now. Because again, there are worries that it is being used in the protests that we are seeing now. And the good news is that just this week, thanks to those protests and to years of work by activists, some companies did pull back from facial recognition. For instance, IBM says they'll no longer develop facial recognition. Meanwhile, Amazon said it was putting a 1-year hold on working with law enforcement. And Microsoft said it wouldn't sell its technology to police without federal regulation. But there is nothing to stop those companies from changing their mind if people's outrage dies down. And for the record, while Clearview says it's cancelling its private contracts, it's also said it will keep working with the police, just as it will keep harvesting your photos from the internet. So if Clearview is going to keep grabbing our photos, at the very least, there may be a way to let them know what you think about that. So the next time you feel the need to upload a photo, maybe throw in an extra one for them to collect. Maybe hold up a sign that says, these photos were taken unwillingly and I'd rather you not be looking at them. Or if that feels too complicated, just fucking Clearview. That really does get the message across. And remember, these photos are often being searched by law enforcement, so you may want to take this opportunity to talk
You
to
left your phone down here.
looking through your photos. Maybe something like,
You did.
I don't look like Woody
I'll bring it
Harrelson,
up.
but while I have your attention, defund the police. Really, whatever you feel is most important to tell them, you should put on a sign. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you
Wait,
next
what did
week.
you just
Keep these
say?
photos, protests, and to years of...
Topic is how to hide from camera.
Okay, first, that's probably not a scalable solution. And second, I'm not sure if it makes you less identifiable or the most identifiable person on Earth. Officers are on the lookout for a young woman, dark hair, medium build, looks like a mime who went through a shredder. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Oh, not... The interest from foxes has been overwhelming, to be honest. Just so much interest. So, we're taking it one day at a time. And unsurprisingly, reporters from BuzzFeed have found that Clearview has quietly offered its services to entities in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, countries that view human rights laws with the same level of respect that Clearview seems to have for Facebook's terms of service. So facial recognition technology is already here. The question is, what can we do about it? Well, some are trying to find ways to fix the cameras themselves.
Hi guys, it's me Jillian again with a new makeup tutorial. Today's topic is how to hide from cameras.
Okay, first, that's probably not a scalable solution. And second, I'm not sure if that makes you less identifiable or the most identifiable person on Earth. Officers are on the lookout for a young woman, dark hair, medium build, looks like a mime who went through a shredder. Look, clearly, what we really need to do is put limits on how this technology can be used. And some locations have laws in place already. San Francisco banned facial recognition last year, but the scope of that is limited to city law enforcement. It doesn't affect state and federal use or private companies. Meanwhile, Illinois has a law requiring companies to obtain written permission before collecting a person's fingerprints, facial scans, or other identifying biological characteristics. And that is good. But we also need a comprehensive nationwide policy. We need it right now. Because again, there are worries that it's being used in the protests that we are seeing now. And the good news is just this week, thanks to those protests and years of work by activists, some companies did pull back from facial recognition. For instance, IBM says they'll no longer develop facial recognition. Meanwhile, Amazon said it was putting a 1-year hold on working with law enforcement. And Microsoft said it wouldn't sell its technology to police without federal regulation. But there is nothing to stop those companies from changing their mind if people's outrage dies down. And for the record, while Clearview says it's cancelling its private it also said it will keep working with the police, just as it will keep hiding your photos from the internet. So if
Where's the duct tape, you know?
think about that. So the next time you feel free to upload a photo, maybe throw in an extra one for them to collect. Maybe hold up a sign that says, these photos were taken unwillingly and I'd rather not be looking at them. Or if that feels too complicated, just fuck Clearview. That really does get the message across. And remember, these photos are often being searched by law enforcement, so you may want to take this opportunity to talk to the investigators looking through your photos.
How do I do this?
I don't look like Woody Harrelson, but while I have your attention, defund the police. Really, whatever you feel is most important to tell them, you should put on a sign. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Oh, well.